This conference will now be recorded.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so start off the meeting here. Since we haven't heard from Deidre.
Can I remind you, you might turn your microphone towards you and make sure you speak into it. Thank you.
All right, so.
Good job.
Deidre is, yeah, she's on.
I was getting feedback for a second there.
Yeah, and turn to you.
Yeah, so we haven't heard from Deidre, so I'd like to start the meeting with Deidre. An update.
Good morning. Can you?
We
Yes.
heard the good morning.
Morning.
Okay. Marion County currently has a total of 11 cases, with 2 remaining in isolation. 8 are out of isolation, and if I use the term loosely, they are recovered, and 1 has succumbed to the virus. As you know, 5 of these cases were like late March and through April. 4 of these have been in June. So keep in mind that the numbers through KDHE are only posted Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And so it may take a bit, if I send out a press release, like it may take a bit. I know last time I sent out a press release on Tuesday, and it didn't make it into the KDHE system till on Friday. So the numbers may be a little confusing, but eventually they will get caught up. I just kind of wanted to remind you that investigation and contact tracing starts as soon as the health department is notified of a positive case, but sometimes this time can be a little bit different because we always like the healthcare provider to notify the individual before the health department makes their first contact with them. The health department is being as transparent as possible while still following HIPAA guidelines. I am sure you're all familiar with HIPAA. It stands for Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. In 1996, a federal law was put in place that restricts access to individuals' private medical information. Many of you have seen that Sedgwick County and other counties have posted zip codes with their cases. They only started doing this when their numbers were so large that cases could not be identified by a zip code. So at this point, I won't be publishing zip codes because in a small community, oftentimes it's very easy to trace that back to the case. To review the process of the investigation, Wanda, the epi nurse, is reviewing EpiTrax, the state reporting system, 2 to 3 times daily, even on weekends, for testing results. And when a positive is identified, the investigation starts, contacts are identified and contacted. Cases and contacts are then put in isolation and quarantine. The amount of time isolation and quarantine varies and is dependent on symptoms and last exposure date. I want to point out that travel quarantine related mandates the new states have been posted on that yesterday, so you might want to check. So does anyone have any questions thus far? Okay, I would strongly encourage individuals to stay home when you're ill, wash hands, use hand sanitizers prior to touching your face practice social distancing, continue to follow the governor's phase 3 ad astra plan of avoiding gatherings over 45, social distance when possible, and wear masks when in public. Many of you are wondering why the recommendation of wearing masks have changed at times. In the beginning, there was a shortage of masks and individuals were buying N95s, a type of mask for healthcare providers, causing a shortage. At that time, the U.S. General Jerome Adams posted a tweet on February 29th urging people not to buy masks. But in early April, both the CDC and Adams reversed their guidance after doctors learned more about how easily the virus spreads without symptoms. The World Health Organization in June also reversed its guidance. The Global Health Agency now says countries should urge the public to wear fabric masks where there's widespread transmission of the virus and where physical distancing is difficult. Dr. Christopher Morey, director of the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation, is saying that people need to know that wearing masks can reduce transmission of the virus by as much as 50%. And those who refuse are putting their lives, their families, their friends, and their communities at risk. The nation's top infectious disease expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, is strongly urging the public to wear face masks, especially now that states have reopened. More people are out in the public, and new COVID-19 hospitalizations are surging in many areas. Fauci testified Tuesday, June 23 on Capitol Hill. Plan A, don't go out in a crowd. Plan B, if you do, make sure you wear a mask. Fauci said he has no regrets about not telling Americans to wear masks early in the pandemic. But at this time, there is a paucity of equipment that our healthcare providers needed. They put themselves in harm's way taking care of people that were ill. So at that time, he was encouraging people not to wear masks. But now we are encouraging people to wear masks. According to Dr. Christopher Murray, it's an incredibly simple, cheap, and now turning out to be effective intervention for both individuals and communities. The two main reasons for wearing a mask is that it has shown that some evidence protects the wearer, but stronger evidence protects others from catching the infection from the wearer. At least 16 states and the District of Columbia have mandates on wearing cloth face masks in public. If you listen to Governor Kelly's press conference yesterday, she will be issuing an executive order mandating masks in public. This order, however, requires the Finance Committee to sign off on that. Until we see the actual order, we don't know what or how it will read. But I would like to, as the health officer, I support the mandate of masks. And if Dr. Hodson, who is our county medical consultant, if you could talk, since you're much more knowledgeable about this subject, maybe you could give your thoughts on the idea of masks.
Yes, I really wish that the mask had been pushed a little bit harder, more firmly, and even mandated back when we started opening Kansas. If that had happened, we wouldn't be in the situation of having the increasing cases at this point. I have seen so many arguments for and against masks, and of course, if you look at Facebook, you are just irritated by all of the back and forth. But what I would like to make an analogy with is wearing a mask is simply very similar to you strapping your child into a car seat. it is extremely low risk that you're going to have a wreck that day or injure that child, but you do it every time, whether you like it or not, to protect them. That's what wearing a mask does to the people around you. 40% of the people who get COVID-19 acquire it from someone who has no idea that they have the virus, do not know that they're spreading it to that individual. That 40% is across the board. So essentially 40% of the people who die do so because they got it from someone who did not know they were spreading the virus, period. People also, I've seen many say, well, I have a right not to wear a mask. Well, that's fine, but I have a right not to have you breathe your germs on me. And your right does not supersede mine. So that's pretty much all I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you. I have been in contact with Brad this morning, and he was not able to be here, but I told him depending on what you all decide, we will probably need his consultation. Also, I would recommend maybe waiting to see what the governor is coming out with, but I would encourage you as the Board of Health to strongly support a mandate for masks. Are there any thoughts with you as the Board of Health?
This is Jonah. I'm back where I was when the governor first lost her emergency powers, and it fell back to the counties. And at that point, we made the decision to go ahead and open things up. I still stand by that as letting businesses, if businesses want you to wear a mask, then, I mean, they have the right to refuse any and all patrons, and let them succeed or fail based on their decisions. I don't really feel like a mandate is necessary. I think people should wear masks if they would like to wear masks, and they should not wear masks if they don't want to wear masks. I think if we were going to impose any kind of enforcement on it, it would be a strict HIPAA violation to ask them why they're not wearing one, because it would invade their privacy as far as if they have a medical condition that doesn't allow them to wear one. I also see that the concealed carry, actually it's a catch-22 because they are legally not allowed to wear a mask while they're concealing. So I don't know. I don't mind people wearing masks. They can do that if they choose to. And that's all I got, I guess.
I tend to agree with Jonah. I mean, we've been through, what, almost 4 months of this now, and people are educated on what they need to do, what comfort level they have, and what they need to do to protect themselves and their neighbor, their children. I just feel like that we can't shut the economy back down. I've already had 2 calls this morning from businesses that feel like this will just decimate them again. And you know, people need to understand and educate their families, because, you know, I know we've had a lot of people back out, a lot of young people back trying to do some activities and stuff, and it's probably caused a problem. There's no doubt about that. But you know, we have to rely on personal responsibility on this. We can't just keep mandating and mandating. So, you know, that's kind of where I'm at this point.
Deidre, this is Randy. 2 must be the lucky number because that's what I've had this morning, and both was business owners, and they're very concerned and stuff, and so yeah, I'm wearing a mask right now. I'm on the clock for gas company, and we will wear masks if we're around people and stuff. So that's, and my company's in a lot of big cities that has a lot of this, and so we're very few employees. I think maybe 2 now might be infected in our company out of 5,000. So we've got some guidelines within the company, but this morning with the Marion County citizens that have businesses in my district, very concerned about what the county commission is going to do. So I'm probably, unless somebody proves more to me than right now, I'm going to have to say I'm not going to put a mandate on. But yet, I'm still not afraid to, if it hits hard in Marion County, to make some harsh decisions. And those decisions we don't like to make, and I think that's what Laura Kelly's doing. I'm not going to knock her for doing what she has to do. And you know, we're all put in these positions. We make decisions here that affects everybody in our county every day. And I think that we all need to look at that and do the best we possibly can. That's all I got, Dave.
Yeah, on the opposite side of everybody here, I guess. So I think we ought to mandate wearing masks out in public, and we have to work real hard on the younger generation to teach them to get ready to do this, because I'm afraid it's going to be here for a while. You know, school's going to start up, and we need to, all public places, grocery stores, filling stations, quick trips, you know, walking in and out of the courthouse, walking into any business, it ought to be a courtesy that you should wear a mask into any building that you go into. And that's why I just, you know, we need to work on the younger people, because I've had some people tell me that they're going such and such place, and I've actually told a couple employees, don't come back to work then for 2 weeks if you go. And they didn't go. They thought about it. They didn't have to go that bad. But I feel we need to help everybody, you know, work as a team. It's not discrimination. We're just trying to slow this down so we can get rid of it someday. So I'm for mandating mask wearing in public.
If I could interject for a minute, this is Dr. Hodson again. You know, people are talking about worrying about their businesses if there's a mask mandate. I think it's just the opposite. The mask mandate may save our economy and our ability to stay open. Without it, if things get bad, there's going to be a shutdown again. So I'm not sure why people think wearing a mask is going to shut their business, but I think it's just the opposite.
And I have to agree, and thank you, Dave, for supporting, but I have to agree with Dr. Hodson. I get a list of the clusters that are happening throughout the state. I get that predominantly weekly, and I will tell you that, and Laura Kelly even announced it yesterday, the businesses who are wearing masks, they are not getting hit as hard as those who are not wearing masks. So I really am passionate that masks should just be a general, and as Dave said, I've been telling parents, get your kids used to masks now so that when they're in school, it's not a distraction, because, you know, this will not go away. And I think that the suggesting and encouraging of masks will be here for a very long time. And if you as the Board of Health decide you do not want to mandate it, you have the authority to write a a mandate or a, like, non-acceptance of what Governor Kelly's doing. So that's something, if you don't follow hers, you'll have to write something. It's my understanding the new House Bill 2016 deals with that. So we'll have to get Brad in on that, though.
Yeah, I had talked to Representative Stephen Owens this morning, and basically, my understanding is that the executive powers were not granted to her, so it falls back on the county.
Okay, so then we would not have to have anything in place?
I don't believe so, but it still wouldn't hurt to check.
Okay. And I do want to remind individuals, even if our county doesn't do it, other counties surrounding us might have that mandate. So if they go travel into other counties, you know, just be aware that it may be a mandate in other counties.
Yeah, and when I leave Marion County, I have a mask, and I'm not afraid to wear it. I don't think mandating it is the point. I think personal responsibility is it. And I will wear my mask when I feel like I'm putting my friends and neighbors at risk.
So with that, do you think we need to meet again after Governor Kelly?
Yeah, that rule goes into effect July 1, which is tomorrow.
I believe it's July
Friday.
3rd.
It's
I
Friday.
think
I'm
it's
sorry.
July
Third.
3rd.
At midnight.
Well,
Well, I would say that,
Meet on Monday the 6th.
yeah, we're gonna meet on the 6th anyway, but, as of right now, unless for some reason she supersedes us, we wouldn't need to address it until Monday.
okay.
So if it is determined that that the legal authority is there with the governor and the Board of Health, it chooses to do something different, you may need to have a special meeting before Friday.
Correct. But if she supersedes us, I mean,
Yeah.
we'll have to, at that point, decide how we want to approach it as a county.
Would we have a recommendation today,
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's always a recommendation that social distance. Deidre's been putting that out for the last few months, so.
it's too bad we can't recommend common sense.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Chairman, you do have a comment on the chat that's a question, are you
Okay, yeah,
wanting to
I
accept
think
that at this time?
I think it addresses this, so, don't know, it's from NR, I don't, I'd rather see their name. Could you please put your name? Oh, Nikki Reed. Okay. If a mask mandate goes into effect, how will that affect bars and restaurants, since you can't wear them while eating or drinking? Or would this shut them back down again?
That's the question.
So a mask is, what you would do is you would wear your mask into the restaurant. When you get your food, you'd take your mask off, you'd eat your food, you'd put your mask on back when you left.
It's common sense again.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So,
And like Dr. Hodson mentioned, it's to keep businesses open. If we're diligent and responsible and wear a mask in public, that does help limit the spread. I do have another question for the Board of Health, because I've been getting calls. I've been recommending people follow the 45 event rule. I have had several facilities ask me if they can carry on with their event, and I've just been telling them that they have to follow regulations and guidance of their individual governing boards. And at this point, what I'm saying is just a recommendation. Do you have thoughts on gatherings, or it's my understanding there might be an event the middle of the month taking place, and I kind of left it up to the city to decide. Any thoughts on that?
That event has been canceled. There's going to be a street
Okay.
dance on Main Street in Marion, Kansas.
There is or not?
There is not. It's been
It's not.
canceled as of last night.
Okay,
That was one of my.
That's
calls
what-
too, so.
what I was kind of referring to. Thank you.
Yeah, this one's from Van. Who's going to enforce it, and what happens when they take it off? I think I kind of, yeah, I'll let you address it, Deidre. I mean, but
Be up to the owner of the business to decide.
that's what I was saying, that
They
businesses
could
can
be
have
asked to leave if they won't abide by the owner's rules inside their building.
Yeah, and I don't
Yes,
think-
and I know there are some businesses that are currently asking them to leave if they don't wear a mask. And again, that would be up to the local law enforcement who would enforce it. And, you know, it's really sad that we're worried about who's gonna enforce it and all the enforcement. That shouldn't even be an issue. This is a public health pandemic. And you know, I'm gonna just voice a little frustration. I get a lot of feedback about not issuing information on cases, but yet those people are ones that aren't wearing masks out in the public anyway. So, like Dave said, we gotta use common sense.
and so,
No, Deidre, I think the problem is we're talking about here is enforcement, is when that business owner, we're giving him the right to do or her right to do what they want to do. So when Mr. Stubborn comes in and walks in and says, I'm not putting a mask on and I'm gonna eat at your place of business, but yet the business owner says, no, you're not. That is where the same thing as what we did as a county out to a cafe here in Marion. We call the law goes out and sees them, so I think that's what the business owners is wanting to know is, do they have the backing of the law enforcement? Do they have the backing of us to let them run their business and see how they can address it? So I think it's, you're taking the situation a little farther. I'm trying to say that the situation is going to be when the local business owner wants to do what you're asking them to do, and then how can, if they call for help to evacuate a person out, what are we going to do? And I think we have to go and back the business owner, is what I think. If it's their right to say, you're going to put a mask on in my business.
Well, a business has always had the right to
Yes.
refuse service.
Yes.
right.
I mean, that goes back far as I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
If
So,
you don't wear
You know,
shoes.
I don't know I don't see that being an issue except with the person that's gonna be stubborn about it.
That's
Now, I
the
mean, if they're
one
gonna
that's-
be
yep.
belligerent, then they probably do
Yeah.
need some help.
But that
But is
wouldn't
that-
change, because if somebody showed up and was being obnoxious,
Disorderly.
Yeah.
they would they would be removed by law enforcement.
Yeah.
And if this was a mask mandate by the business itself on their own grounds, it would be, you know, a refusal.
They've always had that
So
right.
they'd still be able to
Right.
call the authorities for that.
Yeah,
So,
if you don't wear shirts and shoes, you can't get served at a
Yeah, right.
restaurant. And now we're gonna have
That's
masks.
exactly what I was gonna say, no shirt, no shoes, no service, they just add masks to that.
You don't have to leave, you just can't get service.
Yeah. Not that I wanna send a police officer out, because that's not,
Right.
but it's just, they're gonna have to help the business owners if that's what they're wanting. It's their right to do that too, so.
so I'm
Right.
I'm
As
totally
long as,
in favor
as
of
long
leaving
as
it.
a person is not belligerent about something, though, we can't infringe on their constitutional rights. But you're right, if someone's belligerent, then the business has the right to do that.
I guess, I mean, when Diane's not here, but, just hearing what we've heard, I mean, anybody else, I mean, it sounds like it's 3-1 on recommendation versus mandate.
Right now,
Do
yeah.
we need to take any official action on that, or is consensus good enough?
If we're waiting till Monday, which I think, unless the governor, like you said, supersedes, let's wait till Monday and see what comes out.
Because right now, when we open back up, we were at recommendations, so we really
Yeah.
don't need to take any action.
Right.
Yeah,
We'd
we
have to-
need to have some follow-up on that.
Okay, I would like to bring up just one other thing. With the county's possibility to receive a large amount of funding through the CARES or the CRF, I sent out an email about overall rationale for public health to get part of that funding. And I don't know if you guys have thought about it or are gonna accept the funding. Was anybody else but Tina on the call Friday with KAC?
Yes, Dave was on it.
I was there, but I took so many phone calls, I didn't catch any of it. I've got to watch it again.
Yeah, I would just
Okay.
recommend that the board watch that entire link. And that is a topic that, we're gonna need to discuss in depth on Monday. Because we do have to pass a resolution Monday, because it's due on the 13th. Unless you held a special meeting sometime next week to go over in more depth, but, that is gonna be a subject of some kind of in-depth discussion for your next meeting.
And I would like to be maybe a part of that discussion. Because I'm going to work on, if you think there's a possibility of that, I'm gonna work on a general proposal with more specifics. And I would like to actually include the schools with that too, and the cities.
Yeah,
Yeah, they've all contacted me, the schools and the cities both.
I think that the commission would need to establish a working group. I think that's a portion of what you have to do with this funding. And the expectation is that the funding would be utilized to recover the expenses of the county and the schools and any other municipalities. And then also to have to develop a plan of providing direct aid in the future, for the rest of this year. And it would be, Deidre is correct, I mean, a part of it is public health focused. It could be, there are other things that they are specifically kind of pointing to as far as connectivity and some other areas. And then, I mean, even considering your mental health centers, like when Prairie View was in here the other day and asking for additional funding because they've had to go do some transitioning and they're having to go to this telemedicine type. I mean, I even think you may wanna add your mental health providers to have a representative on that group. And that group has, it's my understanding that group has to meet publicly to approve the requests of each entity, so.
I know
There's kind of-
I had a call from a foundation, local foundation, that wanted to be,
Yeah.
that was interested in.
When, could we maybe do a work session at some point and just let everyone to attend, and then, from that, we could probably develop a nomination process of who
Yeah,
can.
it's probably gonna require a work session to do
Yeah,
it.
and it's gonna have to be done quickly because the first round of the plan itself and the first round of reporting on expenses is due August 15th. And that means, you know, do you see how quick that is?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
and then we've got other things on the 13th, so
Yeah, there's,
we got reviews.
well, I mean, the,
Yeah.
right,
I'm talking about another issue with the CDBG, we've got to take that up.
right, right. But I'm saying you need to be ready to pass a resolution
Next week.
on or before the 13th of July. And then you would have to have that information out to everyone and be collecting all of the expense information, compiling it, and be ready to submit it to the state by August 15th. So
that's-
it's a very quick turnaround, and
So
it's
to even do the work session on the afternoon of the 6th would be making it very tight. Is
well,
it
even,
something we need to do this week still?
well, you could do it sometime this week, or even if you did it the week of the 6th, that would be okay, as long as you were ready to pass a resolution on or before the 13th, which that's when we need to
Why don't
turn
we
it in.
just plan on,
Work session in the afternoon?
depending on the agenda for the 6th,
Yeah.
after that, or the afternoon. That'll work.
Yeah.
We're getting into budget time, so we're gonna have all day meetings
So-
anyway, so.
July 6th in the afternoon work session?
Are
Okay.
you inviting the public?
Yeah, just,
We'll have to send information out to all the cities and
Yeah.
the schools, because those are specific
Everybody wants the
organizations that
money.
should be included. Okay.
so. Maybe our people box over here will be completely packed full. All right. Is there anything else? I mean, anything from the board for Deidre? Is there any? Okay.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
You ready to adjourn the Board of Public Health?
Yeah. We'll, adjourn the Board of Public Health, resume our, and go into our start of our commission meeting. So at this time, public comments, we've been kind of addressing the ones that have already come up, but, some other public comments that I've been approached to, and you guys all have, and we've kind of already addressed them, so. It's just about people on the masks, so. I see no more public comments. So, move on to our administrative business.
We have,
Our, yeah, our citizen concern. Robert.
I'd like to say thank you for letting me come, say my piece. I wish to be a professional, but I have a number of things that concern me. I'm gonna start off with this mask thing. There was only one person here that said that we should wear masks, and he walked in and ain't worn it yet.
Robert, could I have you pick the seat right there for the microphone, so we can have the people out? That way they can hear
Yep.
you out there.
I'd like to say thank you for letting me come and say my piece. I wish to be a professional, and I emphasize that I come in peace. That in listening to this, I'm a pretty black and white individual. We had one person here that said that we should wear masks over this, and he walked in and hasn't worn his mask yet. So I am pretty quick to disregard that, just as an example of who I am. The primary reason I'm here this day, I moved back. I was born here, or I was adopted here, and I lived here for 16 years growing up, so I was raised here. I moved back to Florence, Kansas. I bought a cheap shack. I paid $16,000 for my house on a public auction. I have fought with the county. If I'm not mistaken, it's been Jeannie Bateman the whole time. That's the only name I remember on the letters. I am very angry about it. The house was appraised for $47,000 back then. Over a 10-year period, they have brought my taxes down to $24,000 in value. And to this day, I can't sell it for that. I have been paying, in my opinion, I've been overtaxed, and something has to change, because I am here for the people as well as myself. And I was educating myself a little bit, and for the first $20,000 of any property is exempt from the education mill levies. Well, I never even paid that much for my house in the first place. So that's like, according to what I read online, 44% of the property tax I pay is going to the education. So I'm really upset and totally discouraged. That's why I'm here to say this piece. I tried to reason with the people downstairs in the appraiser's office. 2 years ago, when I quit paying my taxes, the lady told me to not come back because they were not going to lower my taxes anymore. So I quit paying it. Well, the other day, the state, after this coronavirus, I would like to point out, mailed me a letter stating that if I didn't pay my taxes, their arrears, they were going to auction off my house on the steps of the courthouse. These are things that it angers me. It hurts me. I'm upset about taxes from a number of ways. A plumber has to pay taxes on his inventory, but a rancher doesn't pay taxes on his cattle. These are things that I would like for my commission to seriously look at, analyze, do the math, and make an educated decision. Because the way it stands right now, there are a few or a limited number of people that can capitalize on tax credits and things, and the rest of us, and I'm speaking for most people that make less than $70,000 a year, are paying $1,000, even $2,000 a year in property taxes on their house, when somebody can own a house of approximately close value on 80 acres of pasture, pays what I pay in Florence, Kansas. I'm also very upset that in Florence, Kansas, that we have to pay 1% more in sales tax. I was never aware of this until I purchased a brand new truck in 2015. I paid the tax at the dealership. I come to get my tag and it cost me another $1,000. In business, I paid it, I moved on, I made my money. But I am here to fight for the people, and I would like for your attention to this. I know you have other issues that are extreme, but when they sent me the letter the other day, I was prepared to blow my house to kingdom come and leave you guys with a problem. I chose not to do that because I am peaceful. I still want to save the whales, but something has to be done for those common people. Please address this issue. I will be paying my taxes on or about the 13th of July. The way it stands now, it's selling and I'm going to California. thank you for your time, and I will answer any questions that you have.
We're all residents of Marion County, so I think we all understand your concern. I mean, I've struggled with the taxes my entire life too, so, and I'm an electrician, so I know exactly what you're talking about, so. Yeah, right.
Robert, how many hearings have you set up over those years? Have you done a hearing about every year?
I tried to do this right. What's the word? There's a word. You pay your taxes.
Under protest.
Thank you.
Yeah, there you go.
I protested my taxes for 10 years straight. Finally, like I said, when I was downstairs, there is a gentleman down there that does not have hair. I cannot tell you his name, but he was downright rude to me and, in my opinion, disrespectful. And he was with the girl that told me, if I own it, I owe. It was that simple. They didn't care that it was a public auction. They didn't care. They weren't doing anything about it. That's the justification for my anger.
And I understand that, Robert. What I'm asking though, did you set a hearing up every year that you didn't like the valuation at 47? That's what it was when you bought it, you said?
Correct.
And then they've got it down to 24,000 now, correct?
Correct.
And what I'm getting at is, did you set a hearing every year and show them that you haven't done nothing to the place to increase the value or anything like that?
I brought it up in my protest, but
Okay. That's what I want to know, because it's awful hard. That's our system that says you can come in and argue, but and I too have done this, but it's awful hard for the common person to come in and get enough facts unless they go spend money or hire somebody to go against the state system. And it's not the county system, it is the state system. And I understand where you're at, because I don't agree with some of the taxing on personal property. I think I've sat right in here, and we even had the state top person come down here when we had another appraiser, not the ones we have currently now, and more or less just really didn't want to listen. The system's a system, they don't want to change it. So I'm telling you, you're not the only one that's upset, but somehow we have to work to show these people at a public auction. And that's the one that I was really, the day that he was here, I said, we had 40 people at that, and 2 people was bidding, and it only went for this, but we had 40 people there, where if you sell a house by realtor, we don't know whether there's only one person bought it at a certain price. We don't know if there's been 40 people out there. So, because that appraiser at that time did not want to allow public auctions, but they do now. And you just keep your documents at a public auction, things like that, and they have to now. So yeah, you're not out there, Robert. Thank you for being a leader in what you feel, but we still have to work to get the system to work for us instead of just. And I don't know what all the steps we have to do. So thank you.
Well, thank you for your time, Robert. I really appreciate you coming in, put some light on it. I mean, I know all of us have felt.
and again, when I was in business, buddy, it's just another tree. But I sold my business because I'm tired of supporting the king. And now that falls into my personal life, that I just won't go get a job. Because it's 40% of your income almost goes to taxes between property, sales, and income tax. And then you throw in all your overhead. It's crazy. I chose to quit spinning my wheels, that's what I call it. And I know that we need commerce. I actually appreciate what some of you guys are saying about we need to keep this country moving, because as a small businessman, your profit margin is, I don't want to say nil, but it's less than Walmart. And it takes a long time to recover. And when they shut these guys down, a barbershop, for a while, dude, that might be curtains for him. He might hang on for another year, borrowing money and robbing Peter and paying Paul, but it's pretty grim. And a lot of these things I would like to be dealt with, and when I say like to be dealt with, quickly and firmly, and then you can readdress it at a later date. But thank you for trying to keep commerce open. The American dream is a little bit of what you guys are going to do in this office as well. More than just farmers need a hand. I grew up on a farm, and I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but from the tax valuation point of view, you can buy 2 acres of land for what I own my house for. In relation to look at this from where I'm coming from. And thank you, and I'm not trying to be rude. It's just hard for me because I'm angry.
You've held yourself together very well for being so angry. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I want to say something, and this is to be friendly, not terroristic. But while I was angry, I quickly devised a way that I could have pretty much crippled Florence, which involves Atmos. You guys have gas lines all over this state that are sitting there wide open. All somebody has to do is stick a rubber hose into the sewer system and fucking wall off. 3 hours later, you've got a problem.
Hey, don't like that. Look at
Oh, I'm
keep your mouth down.
yeah. But my point is that I was angry and I was thinking wrong. I come in peace. But things like this, please address the issues, and thank you for the time today. I apologize for my language.
Okay, all right.
Thank you, Rob.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Okay.
I did well.
Think we're still
All right.
together in here.
Yeah. Let's move on to payday and administrative business. So.
Okay. You have the sales tax in the amount $66,188.24.
Oh, again, showing that people are staying local,
People
buying
are
local.
loyal to Marion County businesses
Yeah.
this year for sure,
Yeah.
which is a good thing.
I think all the grocery stores are doing a whole lot better, and the car dealers are selling vehicles. So
And
it
just
helps the
goes
shop at home.
Goes to show that a lot of people are taking this thing seriously, and they're staying local and buying local, and they're just not putting themselves at risk.
However, the loaning world, and people call bankers and creditors and things, we used to go out and you could sign your name wherever.
Oh, yeah.
Walk right out with a vehicle, with a home, whatever. But they must be getting tighter, because I saw a person with a $40,000 vehicle have $10,000 cash and couldn't get a loan. I mean, to pay on this vehicle. So a fourth of it was already paid. 25% was already paid. He was ready to hand over that $10,000 check out of their savings account, but they could not get it. One reason, they didn't have credit.
I'm gonna say it's
Credit bureau.
because of the credit bureau.
Yeah, and they didn't have a bad credit. They didn't have no credit.
Right.
I mean, they've never been in credit, and
That is a problem nowadays.
Yeah.
It used to not be, but it is now.
and his word was not worth a hoot.
Yeah.
So it's a different world that we're living in that way, and it's all right, because too many people walked in and got something and couldn't even afford it. But yeah,
I look at it from the bank's point of view, and interest rates being so low, and they have to commit that money for amount of time,
Yeah.
at that lower interest, they're barely making any ends meet, I mean,
Yeah.
right now, so.
The
You know,
banks
the
do it
reliance
fine.
on the credit bureaus is pretty much
Yeah.
the way they do consumer lending nowadays.
very true, very true.
Yeah, I have a friend
Yeah.
who doesn't have a credit card, so he had 0 credit rating, but he's got a $70,000 a year job, and he couldn't buy a lawnmower the other day. He's trying to do one of these 60-month thing, and he had no credit history,
Yeah,
so he had to pay cash.
yeah. Met some people like that paid cash the whole time, but when they finally needed credit, they
Well,
didn't have it.
Yeah.
My mother was that way. She never owned a credit card.
So, sales tax up.
Okay.
We'll go on to,
So that we do
Payday.
have your total payday figure, which is $1,210,937.62, which includes payroll at $532,298.77. We did have one invoice, for Alcon Services, which will need separate approval. It's in the amount of $91.50.
I'll make a motion to approve the,
I'll second
on Elcon 9150.
Got a motion,
it. I'll second it.
got a second by Dave. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those abstaining? Aye. All those opposed?
The vote no for that.
Okay. And then we just need the, does anyone have any questions or need to review any of the expenses that were
Yeah,
that were
everybody
provided?
had a chance to review all the rest of the vouchers, questions or concerns? If not, I would make a motion to approve all the vouchers.
Second.
Second by Randy. I'm trying to find the total.
It's, sorry, 1 million. You're talking about total payroll, right? Total payrolls, including payroll.
AP checks, since
Yeah.
we got two different here, do I need to make two different motions?
We generally, you generally just do the total payday at 1 million.
I'll make a motion to approve the grand total payday at $1,210,937.62.
Still second.
Second by Randy. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. 4-0.
Okay.
Once you sign it over.
So, let's get passed around,
Put it on her desk, she can be here.
Yeah, we have, do you want me to go ahead and turn it? We have the minutes of the June 18th budget work session.
Since you're gonna be leaving. That's what it is
but everybody had a chance to review the minutes for June 18th. Questions, concerns, corrections?
now. I
Hearing
move
none.
to approve the minutes.
Okay, Dave made a motion to approve the minutes of June 18th. I'll second. Kent seconds. All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0.
Okay.
Then we have the minutes of June 22nd.
I'd make a motion to approve the minutes of June 22nd.
Motion by Randy, second by myself. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0.
Jen, I'll have to print those and
Yeah.
have you sign them in a little while. Okay, we do have some change orders today. So these would be these would affect taxes that have already been issued. Any changes to the value that we certified in June will now come through as supplements, and we'll start those probably this week, and starting processing any of those changes. That would affect our overall value for November.
Whether they're prior or current, they're still.
Yeah, these are all affecting taxes that have already been billed.
for Dave.
Appraisal values was just easy to just go through and do it, we wouldn't have it.
Slot.
Yeah, you can't go up, my slot's full.
Sorry. Some of these are.
About to run out over there?
Oh, no, there's a thousand more. There's a thousand more.
Oh, okay.
Out of whack.
What's that?
I said, I hope they didn't get them all out of whack.
That's all right. They're all numbered, so we can put them back in order. It's no
Okay.
big deal.
Yeah, Secretary, just put them all right like they're supposed to be, please.
They're in order, just backwards.
Yeah, they're in reverse order.
I didn't shuffle them. You didn't tell me to put them face down.
See.
I'm teachable.
Okay, so the next thing that was in your packet, I had provided paper copies last week because it's pretty lengthy, but as part of the requirements of the community development block grant that the county received, the state wants specific language, including a code of conduct, which we already have a code of conduct that is very similar to what this is. So but this is the specific one that they that I was sent for approval, and then also procurement procedures in relation to the community development block grant program. And both of those are required for us to be able to be funded.
So we need to pass those.
Yes, unless you have any kind of an issue with them. They're very basic and just, it's a lot of words, but
Yeah, the
it's
signature
basically
pages.
the things we're doing already. And these would require motion of
As far as it applies to CDBG, I would make a motion to approve the code of conduct, Marion County.
Second.
Okay. Second by Randy. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 4-0. And then as far as it relates to CDBG, our procurement procedures, any other questions or concerns with that documentation?
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Kent, second by Dave. All those in favor?
Aye.
4-0. Road and Bridge.
Yeah, I know, but I thought that Bryce might want to bring that up during this
Okay.
time. We do have a budgeted transfer that will need to be made, and I believe Bryce will
Okay.
bring that up.
Bryce to address that one.
Yeah, I do have a couple other things. We have, last week you passed a resolution. It was for one of those 3 properties in Los Springs that you were partnering with KDHE for cleanup. That resolution contained an error in the address.
Okay.
And
I was
then
wondering why it was back
actually,
up
we
there.
talked about needing one, Sharon Olmsted mentioned that you need one for each, listing all the properties or each separately. And so you have 3 new resolutions in here. The first one would repeal the resolution you passed last week with the incorrect address.
That would
And
just
then
be also 2011.
this one would be 2020-17. And then, also, we will need new signatures on new agreements because our time frame had to be extended due to the COVID and everything else. So we need new documents. You've already approved this program, you've already signed off on it, but we need to extend the date through December 31st.
Okay.
And these resolutions authorize the chairman to sign the documents. So we just need to pass the resolutions, and then we have the 3 new agreements. The only change is to extend the date from July to December.
Make a motion to extend the dates.
If we could do the resolutions first, I think that would be the
We have
most
resolution
appropriate.
number 2020-17. And resolution, I'll just do them one at a time.
That'd be great.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2020-17
Sorry, I didn't write on it. I think this is solid, yeah.
to
That's right.
correct the address on the last one. Second by Ken. Any other discussion?
This is 106 South Berry here, the first one?
Yes, 106 South Berry.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And the other 2.
Okay. So, we have a resolution regarding cleanup of property. 103 East Crane, Lost Springs. Resolution 2020-18. Make a motion to approve resolution 2020-18.
Second.
A second by Randy. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Don't forget the yays this time, like we did last time. You said we was teachable.
Do that first,
Oh, I don't like it. I can hear the 2 of you now.
Yeah, oh, you hear it now.
Yeah. All right, we have another resolution, 2020-19. It is a vacant lot in Lost Springs, Kansas. I will make a motion to approve 2020-19. Second by Ken. All those in favor?
Aye.
Here, Dave.
Aye.
I heard it. Aye.
Four
Pass it
zero.
on.
Let's concentrate.
There you go.
And then I've got, as I mentioned, the 3 new agreements that would extend that time frame for that cleanup to occur through the end of the year. And we need 2 signed copies of each, just by the chair.
Okay. Would anybody like to make a motion to extend the deadline to December 31st?
I'll make a motion to extend that deadline to December 31st.
Okay. Motion by Ken,
I'll second
and a second by Dave. All those in favor?
Aye.
it. Aye.
4-0.
started last night. Next item. Sorry. Ready to move on out of administrative business?
Yes.
Alrighty, let's go on to Kick Camp. Larry Sharp.
And if you would just sit there at the table with the microphone, that'd be great. We have an online call as well, so that's why
Sure.
we have the microphones. People on the call can hear you.
Well, thank you, Commissioners. I know this is your last working day of the month. Just got a little bit of information for you. I won't be very long if that's okay.
Much appreciated.
I always put that caveat in there.
Sneeze guards work so well.
He
Would you
didn't
like
walk
to-
into the glass door.
Some of us get to hand it direct, but the others they get glass in front of them.
Yeah.
Well, these are different times, aren't they?
Yes, they are, definitely.
Taxes, I find that interesting, you know. I got to thinking while he was talking, I said, well, if it wouldn't have been for taxes, our country wouldn't have been founded.
That's right.
Much to the consternation of the King of England at the time.
Yeah.
We've got one more that's not here today.
Yeah, I'll leave one for her. This is my last one.
Okay.
I'm going to read off the clerks.
Okay. Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, we just,
All right.
get you one of those.
You know, it seems like the last time I was, when did you guys go to 5 commissioners?
Just,
You want one now?
just last year.
Last past year. I thought I was losing my mind when I came in.
No,
here.
it was 3.
You know,
It was 3
last
last
time I
year.
was here, I thought there was only 3 of you
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
That's why I don't have enough.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry about that.
Copy made.
But,
Yeah, you might hang on till we get back.
okay.
Till he gets back to you, so.
I can do some idle talk if you want to do. None business yet.
So what other counties do?
Yeah. We do have 74 counties now. We added 2 since I was here last time. And I'm still home office out of Reno County, which is nice. It's sort of in the center of the state. You appreciate how big the state is. I don't know if you've ever driven from Kansas City to Goodland in one day and back or not. But
It's a long day.
It is a long trip.
Didn't stay long, did you?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We added 2 counties down in my area, which would be Pratt and Kingman County is our newest counties.
Everybody else get one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it all right? Is it to start?
Yeah.
Okay. This is just information only. There are no action items on this. It's
Yeah.
sort of like a department head update. This is a risk usage report, Commissioners, for Marion County. As you know, insurance is all about risk management. And like a lot of insurance companies, K-Camp has a number of risk management services that we provide to all of our member counties. Listed here are the most commonly used here, and this goes over a 3-year period on the risk management. Hi, Commissioner.
Hi there.
I'm going to read off of yours if you don't mind.
That's fine. Go
Yeah,
right ahead.
if you'll just do
Go
me.
right ahead. I'm okay.
You do me a favor, just commit to memory everything I say, it'll be
Okay.
fine.
You got black and white.
Okay. And goes back over a 3-year period. If you look at the top, the first risk management where it says attorney assist, and follow that across, it shows the usage of that through the 2017, 2018, and 2019. And the far right-hand side shows the average usage of this. Attorney assist is where we do have attorneys available to take any of your calls here. Generally, it's around liability issues and or errors and omissions like employment practice calls. These are attorneys, not only do they practice insurance law, but they really do specialize in county government. And as we know, county government's not quite like city government, definitely not like township or, you know, school districts. The first 2 years, first year NA, of course, you weren't KCAM members then, so this really covers 2018 and 2019. Received no calls. Now a call is generally a phone call. In 2019, we did receive 3 contacts, probably phone calls. We do put a value on these because we do pay for that. I mean, it comes out of your premium, but you still got to pay for this service. So we had 3 calls. The value of that, or what we paid, was $825. Now, as you know, in the law profession, when you talk to attorneys, thank goodness they don't charge by the hour. They charge by the minute, and you can see why. So anyway, this is our oldest risk management service. It is what we call a proactive service here. A lot of times we get calls on things that happen after the fact. You know, like a traffic accident, or somebody got hurt during an arrest or something like that. But this is one where say, well, we have an issue here with an employee. Maybe, you know, our county counselor, you know, can get a second opinion, and he'll call, or the clerk will call. Speaking of the clerks, in our counties here, the departments that use this the most, generally speaking, would be in this order: county clerks, county counselors, and then law enforcement, or the sheriff. I think the reason the county clerks usually uses it the most, because in most of our counties, not all of them, county clerk is sort of the human resource person. So they they have a lot of questions about employment issues, or they call at the behest of the county commissioners and seek answers. I don't know, do you know, did you make any of these calls? Do you
Yes,
recall?
yes.
Okay. I want to ask you what it was about.
I probably couldn't tell you at this point.
Yeah.
But we have utilized this service before.
Sure.
From in our office.
The second one, Commissioner, here is the Kansas Legal-Based Jail Guidelines. This is one of our newer programs. The implementation value is $1,500. Here in Marion County, your sheriff has participated in this. He has enrolled in this, and I'd like to acknowledge Marion County and the sheriff for doing that. Out of 74 counties, we have 29 counties thus far that is enrolled in this. And Marion County is one of them. The next closest county, I guess, would be McPherson County. The sheriff there is enrolled in it, so really appreciate that. The reason why, Commissioners, when we talk about insurance and insuring counties, the biggest exposure, that's what you call it in insurance, is where do you pay out money the most, you know, is generally in liability claims, and in particular, law enforcement liability. I don't have to go into that. You can see what's going on across the country, not right now with respect to law enforcement. And that is really what's driving up some cost in insuring county governments, because not only do they have law enforcement, they have a county jail. And so the cost even goes up more. Now, KCAM, we're an insurance pool, not a company. We're partially self-funded. We do fund the first $500,000 of a liability claim. Then, like many other insurance companies, they have reinsurance to hedge those bets against the big claims, which we do also. As such, the reinsurance industry, the rates are going up significantly there, and of course that filters down to us. We sent out a letter here several weeks ago, I believe, to the county clerks. We know you're in budget time. We try to give you some idea of what to budget for on insurance, and I think it was, the letter was sort of generic. I think it was between 5% and 8%, but if you want something specific, you really need to call and say, this is Marion County, is it 5 or is it 8, you know?
We'll call you later, because I want to know for budget, and I don't know, did you guys remember seeing the letter in your mail packet?
I think I've seen something.
Now, I'm not saying, I was in the county yesterday, while I was up in Mankato in Jewell County, and I talked to the clerk. She showed me the letter, so she said, yeah, I got this here just a while back, so
Okay.
it was addressed to the clerks, you know, so
Yeah.
you may not receive it yet.
Yeah, we may or may not.
But we try to give you a heads up. We know, you're not probably adopted your, I know you haven't adopted your budget, but are you through the budget hearings and stuff like that? So
We're just-
anyway, you might keep that back in your mind. But anyway, it's been implemented here. Marion County is on board, and I just want to acknowledge the Marion County and in particular the sheriff. You know, as you know, the sheriffs are elected office holders. It's not like the commissioners can call them in here and say, we want you to implement that. You know, it doesn't work quite that way, you know, but certainly it shows that he is proactive here. The next one, commissioners, here is K-Camp Online University. Again, that's internet-based training. It seems like there's a lot of education going on now in internet-based training. The big users of that is usually law enforcement, their clerk's office. Law enforcement because of the legal issues they have. Clerk's office is more on personnel and personnel management. Doesn't show any usage here, and that's, you know, it is low usage there, but it is available to you. The next one here would be on-site training and seminars. The on-site training would mainly consist of defensive driving. We like to encourage our counties to look at that seriously for the employees. And you don't have to do it every year. We know that can get really old real fast, but maybe about every 3 years, once you get through that first cycle, just to keep up with the employee turnover. And certainly we have seen it as there's a good benefit to that. You know, I wish I could say we could do it every year, but that'd get old because, you know, you keep training and training over the same thing. After a while, it sort of sinks in, you know, and you do become, I'm a former defensive driving instructor through AAA. So it does sort of sink in. And the seminars might be, we'll actually come down here, you know, for a morning with the department heads for an hour and really talk to them about county government and issues that are germane to counties here, especially in the employment practice area. As we know, every year we're hit with a lot of new laws, especially around employment and discrimination, and some seems like it's like sort of like taxes. Once they're enacted, they never go away. Once they have a new employment law, it never goes away. But every once in a while, one gets a little outdated, but they certainly supplant it with a new one, you know. The next one here is our most popular. This is a $2,000 grant that's available to all of the counties, and you have used the full amount. And one thing this is where I really try to hammer home when I talk to commissioners, because, you know, there'd be some county, I used $940. I said, why'd you leave the rest of the money on the table? You know, this is your money, you know, but you can't get it back and don't carry over, you know. But you've done very good at using that. The departments that use this grant for risk management, in other words, purchase either training or additional items to reduce or mitigate claims. And the big department budgets, which most all counties is law enforcement and public works. They're the ones that use that the most. I don't know how you distributed that money, do you recall?
Yes.
Hmm?
Yeah. 2 years we used in Road and Bridge for tarps, and 1 year I believe was used by the Sheriff's Department.
Good.
Yeah.
Usually the sheriff uses 1 year of Road and Bridge. As you notice, I look to the clerk a lot because I sort of know, I learned a long time ago, if you want to know what's going on in the courthouse, you go talk to the clerk.
Yep.
Not that the commissioners don't know what's going on, but they know everything else, yeah, generally speaking. So you've used the full amount. The next one here is the Road Scholar Tuition. This is a specific program for your Public Works Department. Oftentimes they will take training seminars. That's really sponsored by K-State, but they have a number of agencies that help that are in this consortium. One of them is KDOT, and oftentimes they'll have seminars where there is a fee attached to going to attend that. If they attend that seminar, we will reimburse your cost of taking that seminar course. And the last one, Commissioners, Think HR. That's Think Human Resource. Again, the first biggest exposure we have here in insuring counties is law enforcement and law enforcement liability. The second biggest is employment practices, you know, employee issues, whether it's hostile work environment, discrimination. You know, when I first started this, you know, going to member counties 11 years ago, it seemed like I could count on two hands the forms of discrimination. Now I think there's about 30 of them, you know, so it's really sort of hard to keep up after a while. But this is where you do have live consultation. And if you look here in 2018, and you'll see here, there was 3 consults from Marion County and 13 content searches. So you have used that. The value of that was $815. It's unlimited access. And it is where, sort of like you do here, where you do use the computer and you actually talk to. And these are high level HR professionals, usually the PhD range, you know, and so they're available. So I'm not sure what department used it. Generally, it's either the clerk or maybe law enforcement will generally use that service there. As you can see, the implementation of that is pretty costly, but again, it's covered. The only, and in closing with this, the only additional fee out of all of this that Marion County may have to pay or would have to pay is in this Kansas legal-based jail guidelines. The implementation is $1,500, and if you'll see the last sentence, the member pays a monthly service fee. That service fee is based on the number of employees that work in that jail, which usually correlates with how many beds are in that jail. It's not expensive. It runs between $800 and $290 a month. And generally, you're probably going to be on the lower range of that, so it's sort of manageable. So that's the only additional fee, and it's rather small. That's it, Commissioners.
Wow, that's good.
Oh, wow.
Do you have any questions?
There's,
I did that in 15 minutes. It usually takes me an hour.
would you say then we're not excessively using it like we should, or is there any guidelines towards that?
I'm sorry.
Are we using it any excessively or non-excessively? I mean, are we using you too much or?
No,
Okay.
just about right. Yeah.
We're
You know, the first one, like on the attorney assessed, you know, if you don't use it at all, that's sort of maybe good.
Yeah.
I've had kinds of ones that, well, you had 45 calls last year.
Mhm.
What would that tell you? You know, there might be something going on there that, you know.
You know, that service, we would typically have used that a lot more before you had a county counsel.
Yeah.
We had a similar service through our previous insurance company, and we would call it regularly, but when you hire counsel in-house, those
Yeah.
kind of calls go down.
Yeah.
Right.
I think, and this is not in here, and just like to leave you with this, employee handbook, your county employee, how often do you update that?
We're due for one now.
Okay, so you've just done it recently?
No, we are due to
Okay.
update now.
Now,
Yeah.
we specifically have a customizable employee handbook. Now, we're not trying to tell
Right.
Marion County, here's how you're gonna do everything. All this is something for you, another tool. Well, let's look at this. Now, up in Jewell County in Mankato yesterday, when I was there, they sort of adopted the whole thing. They said, man, it made it a lot easier for us. After all, you got insurance, so we figured, well, if we're gonna do it your way, there won't be no problems. But anyway, we do have a customizable employee handbook. And when I say customizable, it's just for Marion County, because we want to see your old employee handbook and try to go off that and stick with what you have, but say, here are some things you might want to think about, that might be good to include. You don't have to use none of it, but what we have found, most counties that have looked at this have adopted at least some of it there. And no one's ever said, well, none of it's no good, you know, so. It's after all, you know, we're sort of tuned in on this insurance thing and your county employee handbook. And generally, about every 4 years is what we recommend that you update it, because it does take a lot of time.
Yeah.
You know, not to do it every year, you know, about every 4 years. Get some new commissioners in here, and the other one said, glad I don't have to go through that again. Anything else, commissioners? Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate you taking time. I know, being the last day, this is not normally your normal order here on this here. The Christmas bag, I know that every courthouse has got a coffee pot somewhere.
Yeah.
And I learned a long time ago, best thing you do is bring them a can of coffee.
Cool.
And some ink pens.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bryce on, or,
Yep, I'm here.
all right.
Should have area and transport fuel bids.
Okay, let me hand them out real quick.
I'll hand it out to you.
They're not handed out yet. Give us a second.
Okay.
All right. Still getting passed down.
I'll get that.
Oh,
You what?
sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was just gonna pick up what was left over.
Oh.
I sent my copy around.
There's your second one, sir.
Yeah.
There you go, I got it for you right there.
While you're standing right
Thank you.
next to me, can I give you that?
Yes.
Based on what we see there, EPS was low on area 1 and 3, and co-op was low on area 2.
You wanna take this one? I'd make a motion to go with, F service on 1 and 3, the recommendation of Bryce, and co-op on 2.
Second.
Got a motion by Randy, second by Kent. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I think I got
All right, transport fuel bids was MFA, total bid, 11,172.
your recommendation, Bryce?
What's that?
That's your recommendation, Bryce. I'll take Bryce's
Yes.
recommendation and
Yep.
make a motion to approve MFA for the transport. Fuel bid.
I'll second
Second by Dave. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think is distributed in your packet, copy of the letter from Road and Bridge to transfer from our Road and Bridge Fund 2020, the $133,333.34 to the Special Machinery and Equipment Fund.
And that's done by a motion and a vote. And this is just a third of what we budgeted for transfer this year. You might remember last year, I believe we did maybe one transfer and then we didn't do any others. So,
Yeah, that's correct.
yep. The amount for the 1/3 is 133,
All right,
333.
everybody's seen that, that was in our packet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I remember last year where, you know, where we didn't make all of the scheduled transfers, just in light of, you know, the damage that we were looking at last year from the floods and that sort of thing. And we're kind of looking at some of the same kind of things again this year, whether we want to make that transfer or not. I'm not making a recommendation, it's just.
Is this the first time or
Yes.
first one?
Yes.
First one, this is the first one. I know we're still, you know, we're still hopeful down the road we're gonna get some FEMA funds to help us out, but we have no idea if that's next month or 2 years from now. Clerk has input, or just thoughts?
You see me squirming over here. I would recommend that you do approve this first transfer. If you decide not to
We can,
transfer
yeah.
additional funds
Sure.
later, you know, you could look at the cash balance and see
Yeah.
where we are, but you also make your lease purchase payments out of here, so you wanna make sure.
Right. It's just a, you know, thinking down the road at the next, but few couple transfers, you know, we would probably wanna look at that pretty close.
Did you call our budget man in just for this, or?
Yeah, you did.
Okay. I'd make a motion to approve this transfer, and I don't have the dollars and cents here, I'm trying to find it, but.
The amount of
Yeah,
$133,333.34.
I'll second that.
Motion by Randy, second by Kent. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Another thing to keep in mind is if you need to transfer it back at some point during the year, you can do that, so.
Just the legal.
Yes. Anything else for Bryce?
The only thing was just let everybody know that the overlay on 90th west of 15 was completed yesterday. All we have left to do is the edge wedge, which should take place this week, they're telling me. So, it turned out very well considering what we were working with, so, I was very impressed with the contractor and his work. But other than that, that's all I had.
So I have a question. Bryce, are you still putting sand on the road for people who request it?
Yeah, when we get to them.
Okay, so I know you were doing it last week or the week prior, so now are you kind of backed up on it, or what?
Well, our guys have been blade patching, so we haven't been pushing that as much, but we're hoping to finish blade patching this week, and then next week get caught up on some of those things before we start our chip seal. So,
Answer your questions, Diane?
You answered it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Bryce.
Alright. Thanks.
Move on, Janice is here, patiently waiting. If you could, take a seat.
I didn't have enough copies of everything that I got.
Thank you. Do you want me to just pass
Pass
it
it
down?
down.
Okay, we need one more, Janice.
I don't have one of this.
Yeah, she'll make copies. I should make copies.
Okay,
All right, what, all commissioners have one?
all the commissioners, because I didn't know I needed.
Randy needs one.
I don't have, I need one.
Sure.
We'll share it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
Regular sheets, but-
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, back in 2017, when they wouldn't let us have live bait, they come out and knocked out my septic system because I said we had a lagoon, which we didn't. But anyway, it was all fine and dandy. Well, now that Bryce come out on a weekend and decided to come 93 feet from the center of the road to where he tore up my lateral lines, which are really are sitting on our property line. So, yeah, then, because he came back on Saturday, Friday night, I have a picture where he grazed that line. He came back out Saturday, tore it out, and pushed mud all up into where that line was to try, I guess, to cover it up, because he even moved the pole that was sitting there, an old post. Okay, well, Sunday night, my husband went down there and took more pictures, and he noticed the water was bubbling, so he started digging things out. Well, by the time we dug it out, we didn't realize it had backed up into our basement, cracked our walls on the south and west walls. Well, and then I wasn't smart enough to figure out that I have a curio cabinet in the corner. Well, guess what? It wasn't air movement to it. Now I have black mold, which I think we can clean out. We know how to do that. But to fix what he messed up is $17,262. And then if you read what we have to do prior to them coming out, I highlighted it all. When we literally have to take and tear everything out of that basement for them to fix this. Not only do we have to tear everything out, we have to clean out that basement. And so that's not even figured into that $17,000. I mean, you know, there was no reason for him to come 93 feet off the center of that road up to hit this line. And now, not only did he do that, now they turn around and stick planning and zoning on me after he did this. Which from what I was told, you can't have one county entity screw something up and stick another county entity on you, call and threaten to send us violations because, no, we're in violation. And I talked, Randy was out there trying to mark that gas line the other day, and I talked to him, and I said something about the church's lagoon is completely across the road and on somebody else's property. Okay, if it's good for one person, it's good for all of us. Everybody's, but Daryl Ehrlich said he don't care where them lines go. Actually, I ain't gonna say what he said, but anyhow, he don't care. And, you know, we can either try to fix the basement and leave the lateral lines like they are, if it was just a drain line. Because also now, since we evidently haven't got all the mud out there, but it's still, it's not backing up in my basement, but my drain for my water softener drain, it didn't used to have water in it, and now it does, but it still drains. So it's not backing up. But if they, when they come in and do this, they're gonna put a sump pump in my basement that I've never had to have because I've never had problems. And the reason I called Thrasher out, because they was out when we first moved there and put anchors in our walls because they were leaning a little bit. So he knows there was no cracks, no nothing in this basement until this. And when he came out, he said he has never seen a house that had such good drainage to have this problem now. And I don't even know what to do. I mean, if y'all don't want us out there, just let us know. You guys can buy us out and we'll leave. Well, we won't leave, but we'll shut the base house now. Because I can't tell you much more. My stress level is so high. And it's affecting my health. It's not worth it.
Well, this is the pictures that I brought a couple of weeks ago when Bryce actually went out and done, right when it was there, and I even drove by. I think you've seen it too, Jonah.
Jonah did, because
Yeah.
he made the mistake of coming out and getting a fishing license.
Yeah, well, we all seen that this had happened, and we all know when it, well, not all, I'm sorry, but I know I did, I know Jonah did, and I know I have pictures. And I know Bryce said he didn't tear it up, but it's awful odd that and they're obvious lines, they're obvious, lateral lines, and they're just laying there, clean breaks on them, and now they're covered up. And so, personally, I feel as though the county has caused this damage, and I think we need to make restitution.
I can show you, this is what he did, you can pass this around. This is what he did Friday night, that's when he left Friday night. Why he was out there after hours, I have no clue. Because it was like almost 5 o'clock or whatever when they dropped that bobcat off. That was Friday night. Saturday he came out and tore it out. We didn't go pay attention, and we got the Bay House, we're busy. But Sunday, I don't know why my husband went down there to take more pictures to see what he'd done. And that's when he's noticed that water was bubbling. So he went and got a shovel and tried to dig it out. But by then it's already got water in my basement. And then, like I said, I didn't think about the corner. I didn't even really, yeah, that was the last thing on my mind. That's what it was. It's a drain line for our weeping tile.
Yep. I mean, to me, it kind of speaks for itself.
Just can you just imagine tearing everything out that basement, all the walls. And luckily, we don't have sheetrock on all the exterior walls, thank God, because then it would have really been a bad mess before we ever found it. But I have sheetrock that connects in certain places, and I have paneling that connects. This all got to be tore out, all that flooring's got to be tore out. Well, like I said, you guys got it highlighted, what?
Do you have insurance for the house?
Well, yeah, I do, but it ain't gonna pay for this.
The water damage?
Only for sewer backup. This isn't sewer backup. This is well, they put weeping tile all the way around that house when they built it. And a lot of chaff, because trust me, if you dig down a foot, you're gonna hit chaff. But my insurance ain't gonna pay for this. And why would I wanna hurt my insurance for something I didn't do? I had nothing to do with this. And if Gary wouldn't have dug that out that night, we would have had a worse problem than what we have now.
Well, I think we just need to step up to the plate and assume our
I think there's a difference
responsibility.
of opinions here, so.
Well, I'm sure there is, but I
I
mean,
think we need to
pictures
talk
speak a
about the
lot.
situation, and it's not our decision, we need to turn it over to insurance anyway,
Mhm.
probably, and if it's a claim against us, it's a claim against us. But I can tell you a lot more about it, just seeing it, and I've been around there probably, 30-some years. And there's a property line comes down through here where the end of this septic tank goes over, and the end of that drain line is on somebody else's property, it's not even on her property.
It's at the edge of our, we went and marked, we found the stakes, and that, well, actually, where y'all put the white flags is our property line. 'Cause y'all, they come back out
Yeah.
that following Monday and, tried to tell us we had a lagoon, which we don't. And they dug down and found where that line's still going towards our house. And put white flags, and them white flags are actually on our property line. Cause we went and got a metal detector out there, found the stakes, found the stake in the middle of the road, marked all this. And like I said, we took it,
Has that been since I've been there?
pardon?
Has that been since I've been there?
It was before you got there, sweetie. Those white flags that was out there, that's where our property line is.
Okay.
Like I said, Daryl said he don't care that this is there, it was like that. And I realized, but like I said, you told me, Randy, that there's an easement like for the church down the road where there should be an easement for us. And where there's no difference.
That's a whole different issue. This house was built with this drain line coming out back in the 60s when it was put there. That's sewer drain line, it's not just a weep easement, it's sewer drain line that comes out. I believe our Sharon found E. coli or something in there. I didn't ask for her for a report, but I think we need a report from her too to verify what was there. This is how this was built back in the 60s. I mean, the basement was put there. This is a drain line out. There's also a septic tank there, like you see, this little square box, I believe, that's a septic tank. And so then it started off, how this all got involved back up here on whatever the North Road is. We was asked to clean the ditch out and get because we heard from you, sitting right in here, that your house was gonna be flooded, which is, this here is about 8 to 10 feet below the level of your top of your floor of your house. So we cleaned the ditch out, and it's due to the new, in the 60s, the new East Shore, they made a flow line right out through here some 90 foot away from the center of the street, and that's where all this water goes, is right out through this Ehrlich's pasture.
But if
Oh.
he would've went, instead of coming up 93 feet, if he would've went in the direct flow of the water, cause there's a culvert out in that field, and the direct flow of that water from my ditch to that
Yeah.
culvert, he would've never, it was only 50 feet, Gary marked it all off.
But anyway, there's a whole lot of viewpoints here, and who's right, who's wrong. I'm not gonna say who's right, who's wrong, but I do know what Bryce's intention was, and,
To build a pond there,
well, I didn't hear him say that, but I heard, I've talked to him since I've heard this and talked to you to see what the intention was. And the intention was to get the drain line, all this draining right in front of their house
Right.
to go on and extend it out into the field.
but he didn't
Now,
go
there,
with the direct flow
the
of
sewer
water.
line that come out here, right where you see that arrow, it comes on out to this ditch out here, which is somewhat like right through that area. This drain line comes out here, and this is where they got into it. You seen the picture on her phone?
Okay.
That's the tile that was hit clear down here below the basement level. So, you know, now the mud, if it was stuck back up in there, I could understand blocking the.
Oh, he pushed
I can
mud up in
understand-
there.
I can understand that, I have no, but it was done out here trying to do this. Now, over the years, you just had a basement company come, well, they don't come and straighten walls out unless there's cracks in the walls.
There wasn't, the wall was leaning in.
Well, if it's leaning, it's cracked, I mean, that's just,
No.
you haven't seen the cracks when it leans.
Well, Randy,
So-
we did the same thing with Kelly's house up there. We had a basement come out because the one wall was leaning in. And the way we knew it was leaning in is because it was buckling the drywall on the other wall. It was
Yeah.
putting pressure on it and it buckled, but there was no crack in the exterior wall. And I will also add to that I know personally, whether it's on her property line or extends over to the next man's property line, that is a common problem that we have throughout the county. I personally know of a family member that has that situation to where the lagoon is on the next person's property. And Emma Teichman came out to this home
Yeah.
and said that all you do is just sign a, I can't remember what the word was that she called it.
Easement or-
Something like that, yes, it's not a big deal, and because it's all over the place, we find this stuff happen all the time, but either way, that does not excuse the fact that, I mean, it's just apparent that Bryce was there, she has pictures of the cut up pipes, or, lines, so, I mean, to sit here and defend that, oh, we have no liability, to me is ludicrous.
Okay, here's another picture of you. If you ones have been out there, here's where the direct flow, if you would've went with the direct flow of the water, because there's that culvert. But no, he goes back up another like 30 or 40 feet to hit that spiral line.
Yeah, he was
They're
probably
putting
trying to
an
slow-
S in it. He wanted to make an S. Why would you want to do that? Why wouldn't you just go with the direct flow of water?
Well, there's one thing to add. I mean, everybody gets hung up on, so the property at once upon a time was connected to the other property.
Yes.
And then it was split. So, you know, your sewer line might run through your neighbor's property now. But when you bought the house, you buy that infrastructure. That infrastructure is yours.
Correct.
So even though it's on somebody else's property, it's still their infrastructure. It should have went with the sale of the house, so.
And because that's tied up in a trust, the Ehrlich Trust, you know, it's not just Daryl. Because if Daryl had his way, well, like he said, he don't give a darn what happens over there. I know, because I have my chicken yard on his property. But, you know, and so we asked to buy like another 100 foot. Well, his sisters wouldn't sell it. But he said, I don't care what you guys do, leave it like it is. We don't have a problem with this. And, you know, like I said, if he wouldn't have went up 93 feet to make an S in this instead of going with the direct flow of water, he would have even never hit it to begin with. And no, we didn't have a filling system. One time my drains don't drain is when my hair clogs it. And if you can imagine long hair, it clogs drains up quick. We've never had we had 5 people living there at the time this happened. We have no problem with any of their, nothing. I mean, our drains drain just like that. Still do.
I think it needs to be insurance needs to look at it. I mean,
Yeah, it's not for us to decide.
Yeah, I mean, that's, what we'll have to do is turn it into insurance.
That would be the right thing to do.
But I don't even have an estimate of what's gonna take to tear out all that tile that was glued down. We've already tried to tear some of that out, and it's like, oh my goodness.
Well, you'll have to get an estimate to have that done.
I know, but I just got this guy out here the other day, and then I found out what all we have to tear out. And we literally have to take everything out of that basement. All but Gary's pool table, and we're gonna have to try to get it I'm just, like I said, beyond stressed to thinking and what it's gonna cost and what we have to do this. And I do have pictures of the walls, if you wanna see them. I mean, it's beyond.
Is there anybody else? I think the insurance needs to look at it. Determine.
To turn a claim in and see what they say.
So I need to go get, okay, guys, I don't know who to use for a contractor to do, like tear all this floor out and, you know, and stuff. And the walls,
That was just done, what, Friday night? About, what, 30 days ago or so?
May 1st. Because Gary's phone, when he took that first
You don't get
picture.
all this stuff within 30 days. I mean, it's just, all this damage don't happen that quick, so.
Well, no, you know, I haven't had no water in my basement since we dug that line back out. It hasn't leaked again, but like I said, I put a fan in the spot that I knew it came in at. I can't pull Carol cabinets out this full. I can't move anything over 20 pounds. And I never even thought about that, never. And he was down there one night, and I don't know if he seen it or what, and he pulled that out, and that's where really bad in that southwest corner of that.
Yeah, you start to develop
We
some
checked
sort
it.
of allergy kind of symptoms after a while.
Oh, yeah, that's probably why I've been sick and having, yeah, allergies like crazy, because there's black mold still down there, because I wouldn't touch it until I had the basement people come out.
I don't know, unless anybody's got a reason against that, I think the insurance just needs to be notified.
And give me a recommendation of a contractor, because I don't even know who to use. I mean, if you call anybody, mostly it's out of Wichita, but I don't really want, you know, I don't even know who to use to tear this stuff out. I mean, yeah, we could tear it out, but right now we're trying to run the bait shop and his wood shop at the same time. It's not working out real well for us.
I think it's pretty easy to find contractors. I mean, there's time to do that. I mean, like those 2 phone books or something.
Well, yeah, but I don't know, I don't want someone to screw everybody around. I mean, you know what I mean? I mean,
I know what you mean, but I mean, there's time to try to find that. And the insurance company might even give you recommendations too. A lot of times they do, so.
Anything else?
So how does she go about, does she turn that into our insurance company, or is that something then that we do? Because I think in Road and Bridge, they turn them into the insurance company when we had pothole damages and stuff like that. Does she just get a hold of the insurance company?
Was
Is
our
that the normal
insurance?
procedure, Brad? Okay, so you just get a hold of the insurance company, we'll just give you a number to call.
okay. So I get a hold of y'all's insurance company?
That's what Brad just said, yeah.
You can either pass it through us, or you can go ahead and make that a direct contact, and they can go ahead and get back with you in terms of questions that they have.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Okay.
But I sure wouldn't depend on county paying for it. I mean, they're gonna make a determination, correct, Brad?
Yes, they'll evaluate to see if there's possibility.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, I didn't have a problem with water in my basement prior to, and I haven't had since we dug that line out. Because, oh, trust me, when it rained, we were down there checking this out. I mean, to make sure.
Well, this is step 1, contact the insurance company.
Probably more like step 32 by now.
Hmm?
But, thank you. We'll make sure to get you some contact information or something, so.
Okay.
Ken's probably went to get it now, didn't you?
Oh,
Oh, maybe.
okay.
Somebody. Caller number 3. They don't know their lines.
Oh, did she tell you to go over there and get, I don't know.
No, I thought she.
No, she didn't say that.
Oh, there you go.
Sticky note. Thank you.
Yeah.
Caller number 3 was unmuted.
Oh.
And it looks like they're gone.
Did you kick him off, Jonah?
Say what?
Did you kick him off?
No, I did not kick them off. Barely got that open. Oh, gee. Okay. seen any roll through all this that I would normally read off now, but I've got my chat box open and I don't see any new ones. The last one I had was from Ben. We talked about that when Deidre was on. So, any other public comments? We had a member from the public here for a second. They're gone. But I guess I'll close public comments. And over to commission comments. Anybody have anything that want to be brought up?
The only thing that I'll say is that I've been, as campaigning time has started and getting out actually talking to people, what I hear the most is that this does not work well for public comments, that people that want to get on there and talk, they either can't hear or it's just, I hear a variety of issues and problems, and the consensus that I hear is that it's working well to squash the public's input. They really feel that they're losing their rights for public speaking because this is just not conducive to the public. And I'm just sharing that with you because I mean I'm hearing that overwhelming, that we're trying to squash the voice of the people.
I gotta disagree because we're allowing the one seat and they can show up for the public comment and still come in one at a time or whatever. Choosing not to do it. Well, there's seats out in the hallway too, so.
Yeah,
public
yeah,
comment,
and I had a complaint about that as well because of the echo or something like that, and the noise in the hallway and stuff that because there was people that did come out a couple weeks back and it was in the hallway and they said it was just, they just left because it just was not, it's just not the same as sitting in here.
Right.
So I'm relaying that to you, that this is the way the people out there are feeling, that I'm hearing. I'll hear probably a whole lot more as we go deeper into campaign time, talking to people. But I'm just bringing that to the feelings of the public.
I've heard the other side of things, so.
And as I look at the list of the people that are all week after week after week that are on that, it's basically county employees, is what you see on there a lot.
There's some people that pop in and pop out.
There-
We keep it on the chat box.
Well, now that it's open, that you can see who it is and stuff like that, there are some people sometimes, but like I say, it's not the same. It's just not the same. That's my comment.
And with that being said, just a reminder that the last action that you took was through today.
Yep.
So you'll need to make a decision about how you're moving forward with your meetings.
Needs to be addressed today anyway. So.
Right.
Where everybody feels about. I mean, we opened up to, or we're just doing mass for recommendations. I mean, I don't know.
I feel with what happened this week, or what's happening nationwide, that we need to continue this on for another 30 days, see what happens, see if so far we've been real lucky in Marion County, haven't had much, but we need to keep it that way too. So I feel we need to keep practicing what we have in the past and keep it as is. Social distance, keep online for the next, till July 31st. I'm gonna get us a motion.
Got a motion by Dave to continue practices as they are now until another month.
August.
July 31st.
August 3rd will be the commission day.
Yeah.
So you don't want to address it on the 31st? You said in your motion the 31st?
Let's address it on August 3rd.
Okay.
We'll have to have a special meeting that way.
Well, we have a payday meeting on the 31st, so.
Oh, okay, never mind, okay, whatever.
No, it's however you want to state your motion.
Let's do it on July 31st then. I wasn't thinking that far ahead.
I'll second.
Second from Ken. Any other discussion?
this, that, we don't know where we're headed yet. We still don't know where we're going. I agree with Dave on that, we don't know, so. And we keep hearing it's round two, how big round two gonna be? And I think we have the access to the public if they want. There's one sitting right here right now. If somebody wants to come in, if someone wants to come in, they can. And it's inconvenient for us right now, and it'll be inconvenient for them, but they can still get the job done. So I see no reason why we can't. I would.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
We didn't have a time for a county councilor on the agenda.
Go for it. We need to executive session.
Who will for one, I would guess.
Okay.
Contract negotiations, attorney-client privilege.
Scott's a laid back guy, he can handle it.
Very laid back. I don't know about that. I appreciate your very kind remarks. I'm probably pretty hyper, actually.
Depends on how much he's had to drink.
Scott's a type-A personality.
Look at what he's done, whether he's went out and practiced tennis before he gets here, or, you know, if he's.
Before we do the executive session, I kind of monitored that earlier and talked, well, much earlier this morning with Deidre. If it's the commission's decision, and I understand that it is, not to necessarily follow the mandate that the governor's order ostensibly is going to put in place. I've had this question since yesterday afternoon 10 or 12 times. We can't do a thing until the order is signed. I don't have any idea what additional information that we're going to receive, but just taking it at the first blush announcement that we got on that thing, I went ahead and put together what we will need to do, given the decision that's already been preemptively made by the board, as I understand it.
Taking the action.
Yeah, we won't now, but after the order is issued, we're going to need to issue, it says order. We do resolutions, so I'm gonna have to figure out whether it's a resolution that will form up as an order or if we have to do something else that looks like an order. Don't know that yet, but it'll be something along those lines, especially if we're going to be less stringent than the executive order. It will have to include some findings, specifically that we consulted with the local health officer, which is why I was discussing with Deidre this morning, and any other local health officials regarding that order once we have it. And then following that consultation, that we're going to make a finding that the full scope of the provisions in that order are not necessary to protect the public health and safety in this county. And any other relevant findings that support the decision, anything else that's been presented or that might be of value, but at the very least, it's going to have to contain that much information. And I plan to either draw that or draw it in conjunction with Deidre so that it's available to you. And my guess is we'll have that thing at midnight on Friday. So there's, unless you want to have a special meeting on Friday, we just take it up on Monday. What does that do for the weekend? Well, you know, kind of just out there in limbo a little bit. Still trying to find that out as well. House Bill 2016 takes away certain powers from the governor, but not necessarily this one. That remains to be seen yet as well. The Attorney General hasn't weighed in on how far that can go or what the extent of it is or what the punishment is if you violate an order, if the county did or did not include all the provisions. So yet to be seen, but at the very least, that's what we're going to have to plan on doing, so everyone knows.
Can I ask a question? I'm just curious, like, if so it's county by county is what you're thinking, okay, so.
Not even thinking, that's what I see so far.
Yeah.
When we went through that bill at great length about midnight last night.
Yeah.
And that's the way that and all of the administrative or the legislative notes seem to read. And assuming that the Attorney General doesn't disagree with the ability to enter that order, and I don't expect that there will be on this kind of an order. What it does is it flows down to every county, and they can make that finding and say, nah, in our county we don't need it, and here's why. And they do that. It says order. With cities, that's a little easier, but with the county, we do everything by resolution. But that forms our order, so I'll find out which is going to be the most politically correct way to do that and prepare one of some sort, or Adri may get an example of one.
It's probably a dumb question, but does that come through like home rule authority, or is it, how do you take
An element of that's the argument, but they also designated it. In the bill itself, there was a significant part of our legislature that expressed their displeasure with the way our current executive orders are allowed to impact in the case of a medical emergency or a state emergency. And so they reined some of that in, but only some of it. I mean, there was kind of a middle ground that they found. And I think this kind of an executive order in furtherance of public health, welfare, and safety is probably going to be okay.
Yeah.
But they also then said, but this is one of the few times where we're going to violate the standard provision that you can be more strident, not less, with home rule. Where we're going to say you can do less, not or more, I guess, but certainly less, and that's unusual. So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions about that so far? I wasn't here for the discussion, but I kind of knew that it was going to come up this morning, so I thought I'd better get you some sense of where we're going to go with it, given the decision made. So.
And if Diane wasn't, she wasn't, but if we're not in favor of going with that, there's going to have to have some findings, you say?
Yeah, basically what we end up doing, you kind of had a presentation, as I understand it, this morning, and the public health officer came in and discussed it.
Yeah.
You have the ability, even contrary, even if and I don't know what Deidre came in with, but in final form, but whether you agree or disagree with her findings, you make the finding that no, because you're in essence, the health board for this purpose, and you make the decision based on the input provided and what you feel to be appropriate given the county's circumstances as to whether it's supportable or not, and then we'll make those findings accordingly in the order or resolution, whatever it turns out to be, and have you pass that by majority vote.
So Brad, in all of this, where does the voice of the people come in? Where does the voice of the people out there that are being affected, where does that come into the decision making?
Sitting at this esteemed and august body, it's you guys. You're their representatives, and you represent those different areas of the county.
And that's why I voted the way I did, because it's not anything that I'm thinking what I've heard overwhelmingly. So, okay.
This is about the masks.
Thank you.
Diane, this is about the masks.
Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard this morning.
Right.
Was about the mask.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it valid point on the findings that when we had the stays that we had 7 cases that were either, well, I guess not all of them were affirmed, some of them were presumptive, and now that the stay has been lifted, we've had 3.
It is.
So that's a valid finding.
Yeah, it's always a valid finding in that kind of an instance based upon occurrence rate. Any of those kinds of things are relevant. There really is, again, the frustration that everyone is experiencing this morning is, okay, we've got this declaration made by the governor. I get it, understand why, and she's made her, very brief explanation on that to start with. Okay, but we don't have the order yet, so we don't even know how that's going to be worded. We don't have any interpretation from Chief Law Enforcement Officer in the form of the Attorney General, and we don't have any further guidance as to what if any, of the relevant criteria could, should, and would be that the county level would utilize. And I don't know that we're going to get that. I think you make the determination about relevancy on those things for this county. My point is that we articulate that in that resolution or such that we comply with the requirement in the House bill that's been approved. And in essence, it says, this is what you can do at the county level. We're going to kind of build the plane as we fly it.
That's the way it's been all along.
Yeah, it has, this has not changed. It was just another one. When I got that email yesterday afternoon, and here we go again. Time-wise, you never know. Depends on your reaction.
Quick question. What if we go to lunch? You have your meeting with him, and you guys can go to lunch for a little bit, and you just tell us when you want us back. Would that work? That way lunch is out of the way, or is that too early? 'Cause it's gonna, what we're
Works for me.
doing, what we're gonna do is probably gonna take, 2 to 3 hours. So I'm just giving you a heads up.
You eat now, don't eat.
Most of.
Yeah, yeah.
Then
So
we
I
definitely want to take lunch.
It looked like you might need, I just wanna make sure you get your meal. I don't want you to be malnourished or.
Do I
That
understand
works for
that
you.
to mean, Scott, that you're not providing lunch here?
No, well, I guess it could. We go and get it. Bring it
I'm
back.
leaving. We go ahead.
We'll work for food, that's it.
That's
I
it.
guess so. It's whatever you want. I mean, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
figure out a plan.
Because he's kind of long-winded when he gets talking. He says 5 minutes, but usually 15.
Nope.
It's on that clock. It's whatever. I mean, if it's only gonna take 10 minutes, we can, I can wait. I didn't know how much time we had.
10 minutes.
You can't do it in 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
We're gonna have to take lunch anyway, since you said it's gonna take 45 minutes more.
We come back at
Oh,
1, come back at 1 o'clock.
12:30, just don't get her done by 12:30, get here, back here by 12:30. Get this done, get our dinner done, and be back here by 12:30, that's an hour.
We'll come back out of exec and we'll at least make that determination, how long to recess. Does that work?
He can leave
Yeah,
here.
but then he can leave while you're in
Oh, okay.
executive
See, if
session
you
if
set
you
a
don't
time,
know.
right?
You gotta
Yeah.
make that decision right now.
Yeah.
What time do you want him to come back?
It's 12:30, is good for me.
Okay.
Okay, back 12:30 and we'll jump into some amazing excitement.
Okay, so anyone who is on the call, the budget work session will start at 12:30.
And at this time,
Thank you.
I'm going to make a motion that we recess into executive session in order to discuss item number 2, consultation with our attorney-client privilege for contract negotiation for a matter of 15 minutes with Brad and the board pursuant to KSA 75-4319B.
Second.
Second by Randy. Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Can't hear.
No.
Okay, so 15 minutes, we'll be back on here to come out of executive session and to recess. Okay, or to take any action you may have. Okay, so it's 11:21 now, so that'd be about, to get back on about 11:37 with transition time?
Yeah.
Okay, back at 11:37.
There's a tag off.
Tag office. It's a busy place.
End of the month. Everybody's
Last day,
procrastinators, yeah.
it's usually a whole line all the way up and down the hall.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess I should record, the cameras are all on, everything's ready to go. I'll record this.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay. Out of executive session, no action taken. Participants, I was kind of looking to see if some of them may. press is left out in the hallway, so I didn't know if Laura was back on to at least record that.
Well, I think that, I mean, they knew that you were probably gonna be on the lunch right after, so they may not come back on.
Okay. So at this time, I move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss item number 2, consultation with the attorney-client privilege on contract negotiation for a matter of 10 minutes with Brad, the board, pursuant to KSA 75-4319B.
Second.
Second by Diane. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so-
Zoom back at 11:50.
Okay. All right, so back into executive session, we'll be back at 11:52.
It's up to you guys, I guess. At this point, we're still in a little bit of limbo.
Cameras on.
Did I hear any motions?
You couldn't.
Can't do motion.
Yeah,
Well,
let me,
get back to
let me
that.
get everything back out, and then you
Get back to
can
that.
take whatever action. I just need to get one more,
We'll just switch her.
the hallway meeting computer.
That's age. Talk about it later.
Need another camera put out there, so I know if somebody's out there.
There are a lot of people out there, but they're
This
waiting for the
conference
treasurer's
will now be
office.
recorded.
We don't command the same
All right.
level.
Out of executive session, no action taken.
Mr. Counselor, if a person was to make a motion, they would have to state their amount that they would want to go after, and in a case like this.
If you want it to be a binding form of action of the board, yes. You know, as we've done in the past in certain instances when you're looking just to define some general parameters that you're looking to work within on something, you can do that with, you know, just give instruction, because you're not going to approve it till it comes back to you. Like, for example, if you say, well, we'll buy this tractor if we can get it for or less, you know, some amount. And then we go and see if we can get that done, and then come back with the approved purchase. But I guess I'm not absolutely sure where you're headed, but.
So
Mr.
I'll
Chair.
make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll make a motion that the county pursues any and all legal action to make sure that, to pursue all legal action necessary to conform with the signed contracts that we have in place to recoup our losses from the Northern Wind Farm. Is that suitable to the Diamond Vista Nell project?
Clerk is still writing.
And you don't need to put my ums and ahs in there either. I learned that this week.
Just going up the side of the page, that's never a good suggestion.
Okay.
I will second it based on precedent. Any other discussion?
Is there any maximum amount of legal fees, or you said all legal fees could be?
I said all legal action.
All legal action.
I didn't talk about money.
Didn't talk about fees, okay.
Talked about losses.
And we can always, and I'm not adding this to a motion. I guess even when you do
It's
something.
still discussion about the motion, so go ahead.
Oh, okay, I guess even when you do something, you can always change your mind or something. Am I right?
Mhm.
I mean, I would hope not.
Yeah, if,
You can.
again, this is the kind of situation, if you follow that motion as I've heard it,
Mhm.
then I'm going to make the appropriate contacts with the people that drew our agreements, have that evaluated and get a sense of where they're at on it in terms of those costs, and then you can go further.
Okay, in order to understand this, it could go for the first 30, 60, 90, 100 days, would we, you would have to have filed something, and we still wouldn't know what their answer is or anything. And we start building up fees. And at that time, if we start building up fees, we'll say we got to 50,000. And we decided to override that motion or something, go back on that.
You always have the ability to change the course of action, yeah.
Course of action. Okay.
Yeah, that's your call, because you obviously have the ability based upon how things are going to say, well, I'm done now, or I'm, you know.
Yeah. Okay, I have no more discussion.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
All right.
Then the noes have it. 3-2.
You want my honest answer? No.
Okay, so that failed.
Yes.
Okay.
I did get some direction from that, or not. I will contact the individual who drew these agreements for us, Mr. Hughes, and see if he can shed a little additional light on this to bring back to you on Monday.
And we will spend more money again.
See, that's probably true, at least to the extent of him responding to me, because lawyers are annoying in that they bill you for their time.
Getting up $200.
Now, some of us don't.
And they're sitting there with a sticky note saying, don't forget to bill.
Yeah.
That's already pre-printed on the sticky note.
It would be nice to hire an attorney that can make up a contract that you don't have to go back and redo it.
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Mr.
it'd be
Chairman,
nice.
I'd like to make a motion that in the case against the Nell Wind Farm, that we accept their payment of what they offered and collect that, and we, in doing this, would finalize everything with the agreement with them, move ahead, and try accomplishing something. I will say that the motion that failed ahead of us is most likely, we'd all love to do that, but in our times of budget and everything that we're trying to work on and trying to make match out, I don't know that the Marion County could, even though they may win, they may lose. I don't know which way it would go because of wording in the contract that a lawyer drew up and stuff like that. So I just feel that probably was the way maybe we should have went, but I'm making the motion to take our 100 or whatever they offer, and I think they've made an offer of a certain amount. Do I have to state that?
Well, I guess
Coming out of the pilot.
yeah, for clarification, are you talking about their most recent
Yes,
offer where
yes.
they withdrew the prior one where they
Yes.
weren't going to touch the pilots? Okay. Yeah.
The most recent offer, and
Yeah.
move ahead and accept it and get this show on the road so we can get our graders out on the road, and we take care of the roads, and everybody knows what's going on with this, so. That's just my motion.
I'll second it.
A motion by Randy, a second by Dave. Any other discussion?
Can we announce the amount, what the offer was? I mean, since he's making a motion, I think the people have the right to know that amount, what we're
Yeah,
accepting.
But they're also, what is the amount that they're going to, they're cutting into the pilot. So
Yeah.
The
I don't know what that is.
$100,000
I
is
can-
coming out of the pilot, so
No.
No,
my
no,
question
no,
is,
it's not
what
coming.
difference would it make if we took the 100,000 or we just got the pilot? I mean, we can use that pilot. It's not specific to where we use it at anyway. So, I mean, why have it have
I
a
think they're
dollar?
still confused.
Their most recent, just to make sure we're all clear on what the most recent was, this was the one that was forwarded to you, but it's been several months, so I can understand where no one would necessarily remember. This got confusing. March 25th, from Jeffrey Pimer. Diamond Vista is currently offering $241,496 to compensate Marion County for agreed outstanding items shown on the post-construction inventory, subject to Marion County and Diamond Vista approving the comments. Diamond Vista also will continue to honor the pilot payments less $520,005 due to Kirkham Michael consulting fees exceeding the $250,000, so that much over the $250,000.
I'm sorry,
$520,005, exceeding the $250,000 limit expressed in the pilot. Diamond Vista would withhold the portions of the annual pilot payments until the $520,005 have been credited. The rest of this is all ancillary notes. He talks about comments to the post-inventory, the post-construction inventory. Total that they have, Kirkham Michael has charged a total of $770 and $5 for their services.
So they're gonna get all their $710,000 out of that then?
Yes. Well, they agreed to pay $250,000. Okay? The difference between that and what Kirkham Michael has charged us is what they're saying. They've also, Diamond Vista has also paid $16,600 in third-party fees. These are also reimbursable, and they would intend. Diamond Vista shall maintain the pilot payments for these totals as long as the post-construction inventory is closed in good faith. And that just mentions the routine maintenance that we could be doing.
I know there's a motion and a second on the table, but I would want to move forward with a motion like that. I would prefer that a more detailed from our legal counsel, so you can make that motion.
Summary of everything.
Right.
Yeah, I can certainly do that.
And I'm not saying you got to remove your motion. I just think.
So you're saying be about 1.5 years of pilot agreement to go back to them, because we've got 300,000.
Yeah, we're gonna split that with the schools.
Well,
Yeah, it's still gonna be longer than that, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
They have their separate.
So Brad, is that the last offer? Because I thought it was a different offer that was just made to you last Friday.
That, I believe, is the last one, I hope. That's why I'm also agreeing, I want to be really sure that it's in front of you, that this is the last one that I have on my system. And I don't think there was anything since then, just a lot of back and forth.
Maybe due to, if that's the motion we're going back to, I was considering what Diane just said, the one we just heard, most recent one. Yeah, so
That's what I thought too. The most recent
Yeah.
one is entirely different than that. I
Yeah.
thought what I heard earlier.
Yeah. So
So
I
I
guess
guess-
maybe I need to rescind my motion. If that's where we're going back, I need to rescind that because I'm not willing to go back for that.
There's a motion, a second, do you?
I would go ahead and act on the motion and second as it was done. If you're gonna vote it down, that's fine, but then we
Okay,
have it clear.
we can vote it
Yeah.
down, yeah. In my opinion, I need to vote it down.
That's doable. Getting it done in
Okay.
co-op boards all
Okay.
the time.
It is done.
So, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Back to square one.
It's easier that way.
Yeah, it's easier, yeah, a lot easier, yeah.
But at least you took it up.
Yeah.
That's the
He needs to come
important
back
Yeah.
Monday and tell us exactly.
thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
On a piece of
I'm pretty
paper
sure
what
this
the
is
offer is.
This is the most recent one I have.
What did we just talk about?
So can you write it down?
That was the first one.
Okay.
That's why they get confusing.
There was other,
I'm with you. I thought it was
executive was,
$100,000.
That's what I
other
thought.
I was
discussion.
gonna take it out of
Me
the
too.
pilot.
Yeah, I don't-
Bring it back to us, we'll take a look at it.
Okay, I'll do the summary of their most recent offer and bring that back
Yep.
to you, just to be sure everyone's
All
clear,
right.
since it's gone on for months.
Yep.
I'll also.
But you can contact them, let them know, they got one more chance.
Well-
And I will also, at least make preliminary inquiry, regarding the agreement and any other alternatives.
Yeah.
So we have that additional information, I think that's wise to do.
Okay.
Okay, I think that gives me adequate instruction as to what to do.
You know, Brad, sometimes you're just a pain in the rear, you know?
Yeah, on a regular basis, I get accused of that all the time. Your county clerk says that to me on a regular basis.
All right, with that, I'm
Thank
going
you.
to go ahead and recess until 12:30.
That's good. We'll go get this up. Find somewhere.
He's already back.
I
I had the most amazing meet, well, we had the most amazing meet.
Video cameras on over
Thank
there.
Oh, gosh.
I'm gonna eat, boy.
No problem.
This conference will now be recorded.
Yeah, probably need that, yep. Scott, this is terrible.
Yeah.
New drawers, and I took all my pins home, the red ones and everything, so in case I get to it, I
I mean, the color, I got purple today.
Oh, okay.
Lavender.
If you need red, let me know. I've got stuff to supply in my office.
What's up there on this one? I didn't log back in, so.
Okay.
25.
All right, if anybody is starving, I've got some protein here, okay? Besides just cookies, you can just dump some into a little bowl and you're good to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna live that one down.
We're on.
Pass the bowls around.
So we're back, which one back from recess? This is Scott. And we're gonna go over a budget for a second.
Okay. Okay, so what I was gonna kind of, so that you two, there, well, some of you, I mean, you sat through last year a little bit. I don't know how much you saw last year, but what we're gonna do now is we've heard from all the department heads, and then we went through and, except for personnel services, we went through and put in what they had in their budgets. And so I go through and Tiffany and I just made notes of things that we remembered or questions we had or things we circled. And so the first time through here, all I'm gonna do is explain so that for the two new, so what this, each form and kind of how it fits into here. And then what we'll do is we'll go back to those ones that you wanna go back to that maybe we wanna talk about, whether it's like the dock out at the park, that we're, the insurance and what that, if we've heard any more on that. If it's ambulance, where we're looking to, how much are we gonna set aside. There's some vehicles through here where we have it both in the middle column and the 2020 column and the 2021 column, so we need to decide which one we're buying it in, or at least thinking about buying it in. And so I'm gonna start in the front. I gave you this, I didn't change this. This sheet on the front with the levy sheet is, if you remember where we were at when we left here, the same dollars would actually, you would have to raise the mill levy 0.177 to get the same dollars, because the assessed value dropped by $337,297, okay? And that's circled down there in column P, 337,297. And then, if you remember from previous years, we've always, for several years, had, probably 20 years, had a rise in assessed value, okay? So if you look in that, there's, at the very bottom there, you have the dollars of, and the mill levy to the side. So that first dollar amount, 24,780, is the 0.177. That's the amount because the assessed value dropped. See, in the past, that used to be a negative number. That you actually could, like last year, we had 3.4 million, something like that. And so all the tax lid dollars were raised because of the assessed value going up, and you didn't have to raise the mill levy, okay? But here, you're already starting in the hole at 0.177. The tax lid is 232,776, the next number down, so that's 1.663, okay? And then the total of those two numbers is 257,556, or to the right of that, 1.84 mils. And so what that means is, if you pick up the tax lid, you would, and that little bit of drop there, that 1.177, you would have to pick up 1.84 mils over last year's mill levy. That's what that would mean, okay? So last year, in column K there, it's 74,226, and so we, just rounding it off, we would have to almost go to 76 to get the same, to pick up the tax lid, not really the same dollars, but pick up the tax lid and not go backwards in dollars, okay? Now, like up at Marshall County yesterday, goodness, theirs went up $7.6 million, okay?
Their assessed
Assessed value, yeah.
And they are probably only gonna pick up the tax lid. They could actually do one of those transfers like we did last year where we put it to risk management. But, and they'll drop the mill levy there just by they're picking up 1 mil, I believe it is, of tax lid, is about 1 mil for them. And so the other close to 0.9, I think it was, mil, they won't pick up and put it in risk management. So see, that's a totally different situation. So they're up here because of the assessed value, and you're here because of the assessed value. And to even get here, you would have to do, I mean, to get to the dollars you have in your tax lid, you'd have to do this 1.84. So
Did you see anything cut due to the oil in their county? Like it was?
no, and I don't know that I don't think they have much oil there. I didn't see,
Okay.
I didn't see that much.
Thank you.
And even Osage, theirs went up 4.8 million. But see, you have to think about that count. I don't know about Marshall. Marshall's land is price. I mean, their land values there are nuts because of the corn. I mean, just the way I don't know. And they, huh? Yeah, it's kind of like Iowa. You look at their land, it's kind of like Iowa. I mean, the land up there sells for like 10, 11,000 an acre. Yeah, it's nuts. Okay, so I wasn't very familiar with that, but Osage, the reason they got it up, because you think about it now, in the environment we're in, they got all these people moving in the northern part of the county out of Topeka. They don't want to be living in the city anymore, and they're building nice houses out there, and so a lot of theirs is because of that.
Urban sprawl.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the big picture. We don't have to make any decisions there, but as we make decisions, to you that are new, the way I think about it a lot, so let's just say, okay, so what you remember is, and let's just round it off, 140,000 is 1 mil, okay? It's 139, the way you figure 1 mil, like if you looked in column M, the assessed value is 139,998, 184. So you just move the decimal point, three decimals to the left, so 1 mil exactly is 139,998, okay? It's 1/1000th. Okay, so just for talking purposes, 140,000 is 1 mil. So when we go through here and talk about different things in this budget, so let's just say the dock out there is, let's just say it's, I don't know, let's just say it's 70,000. I think insurance is gonna pay for a lot of it, but that would be a $500,000, okay? So that's the way I kind of look at this. When I start looking at different budgets, the building for the ambulance, if we set aside 200,000, okay, which we talked about, up to 400,000, because that's what we put in the parentheses, we'll see there. So you're looking at 1 mil is 140, 2 mils is 280, and then 3 mils, you'd add another 140 to it, so 420. And so it'd be about 3 mils if you're gonna fund the whole 400,000. So that's just kind of the way I look at it. I mean, I've done this so long, maybe that's not the best way, but that tells you whether you're gonna, I mean, like, if you're gonna do something and you don't have any funding, it's how it's gonna impact your mill levy, okay? Okay. Let's, the next page, I just put some things in there because I think you've got them, but to remind you how we come up with this next page is what we get from the county clerk's budget. It's the assessed value and the last year's rates. And one thing I might say here, this budget does not have neighborhood revitalization figured into it yet, okay? And
1 mil guaranteed.
That's about 1 mil, yeah.
Or like a 0.98.
Yeah, I think something like that. I haven't worked all that up, because the reason I don't is because every time something changes in the budget with the levy, you have to change the NRV. So I just wait until the very end and just know that it's, so if you look down here, the neighborhood revitalization on line 7, I've got it circled, the very bottom number is 1,583,845. You see that number? So that's the amount. It's a pretty good, it's
over a mil.
Yeah, it's a pretty good chunk that you have. But that'll be it. That'll be the end. The next one is sales tax. Now, the reason I put this in here, I was wanting to know. I know on the 25th of June, I don't know if she went. The 25th of June, you were supposed to get April sales tax. Did she say how much you got?
Yeah.
report, yeah.
They've all
Right
been
there,
out.
you got it.
66,000.
66,000 this.
Oh, okay, 66,000?
Yeah, and then the month before, April was up. So April would,
What was April, I think? Because it was, and the sheets,
We
it was
just
only
got
March.
May.
Well, did you get May or did you get April? I think you're like 2 months behind
well,
you.
we just got May.
Yeah, we're
Just
2
got
months
May.
behind.
Yeah. Because this sheet she gave me the last time I was over here, and I think they
Now,
said they're,
We've been up for two in a row now.
We've been up every month this year.
yeah.
Well, the March
It's
one
not
was low,
January.
so I know that's not it. We've been up 2 months in a row. So there's
Okay.
two more numbers there.
The reason that's important is because of the general fund, see, you're looking there, you're getting almost a $500,000 a month, there in sales tax. And so when we get all said and done there, 740 last year, you know, that's a fairly significant amount of sales tax you're getting, to get that. So, but that one, I don't, you know, a lot of people when this thing first started, they were thinking sales tax would be down 25%. But what you're seeing really is, I was talking to Mayor McPherson, Tom Brown, which some of you know, he told me that Dillon's and Walmart in McPherson were up 300% in sales tax for the month of March, April, and May. And then you go to these little cities where they have grocery stores, kind of like you, here in Marion, or I guess Hillsborough still have. Hillsborough still has. So like, I know in Sedan, oh goodness, that guy, he said it's like a snowstorm for 2 months. You know, people go in there and get, so his sales.
Hardware stores too.
Yeah, hardware stores, sure, yeah.
I know the grocery store in Hillsborough was up 200%.
Yeah.
Well, there's sales tax in Hillsborough was up 22%.
Really?
22.
Do you want those numbers for sales tax?
What is it for?
She can give it to me, that's okay.
Okay.
How about, what, I have everything, but what's the last one you had there?
June was 66,180.
Okay, so June, but see, I think what this table is,
In May was.
And when you get June's, you're actually looking at,
May?
2 months late.
Yeah, 66K.
Okay.
And then, what was the, May?
May is 60,473.
What? 60K?
60,
Okay.
60.
And then April?
April is 54,399.
Okay.
So we're ahead by $4,800 for the year.
Wow.
That's great.
And unlike you, I would have bet it would have gone
Yeah.
down. But
I,
like I said, our grocery stores
yeah,
was
Oh,
up
yeah.
40%, you know.
yeah. League was, you know, League, at first they didn't come out and said that, you know, it's probably gonna drop
Oh, yeah.
25%. Okay, so let's just keep moving here so we can get you out of here. So like on the next page is what's called the certificate page. And I've got circled there, what happened is when we changed the ambulance, we didn't take it back to the original levy. So I didn't change it for this purpose, but, so that's why the last year's was 10,416,000, the number there written to the right, and the budget is showing 10,500. So it's, I'll show you what happened there. The next page is, these are like, we have what's called a consolidated budget. So all of the fire districts and the cemeteries are filed on this page with you when they get done. And actually Tina, well, and our firm does some of the fire districts, but those all get completed here in the next month. And they'll come in as your consolidated budget. I wished I'd put numbers down in the right-hand corner, I didn't, but page 2 is the tax lid, and I've got it circled there, that's at 232,776. That is a standard calculation across all counties. Last year, if you flip over the next page, line 21 was where we put in that extra 230-some thousand that went to risk management. See, this year we don't have that option because we don't have the extra dollars sitting there. Okay, let's keep flipping. I wanted to show you, it's page 4 in typed, page 4, but it's about 3 or 4 pages back. It's called Schedule of Transfers. I don't do that page until everything's done, because what happens is, like, for example, like you did this transfer this morning, you know, until we get all the other numbers figured out, I don't change those because like sales tax has you know, when we decide, okay, this is how much sales tax we're gonna put in general, we have to do an 80-20, 80% roads, 20% other, and we have to calculate off that sales tax, and then off of that, we have to take 2 of those mills and put it in capital improvement. So there's a lot of moving pieces, and so I don't mess with these. And then like special equipment, like if you guys end up deciding, let's just say you wanted to buy another grader and there's a lease purchase payment, I would have to wait and see how much those lease purchase payments are gonna be before I can make these transfers, okay? The next page, and we talked about this last time I was here, I got circled, is the Tampa Road. I circled this because if you look in 2021 there, there's zeros, okay? So that's paid off in 2020, and that comes out of the road and bridge budget. And so that's about, what, 32,000. So that's about $1.5 million that you'll have in the road and bridge budget you use for, you know, gravel or, I mean, it gets, road and bridge budget it just goes like, it's just by. The next page, the only thing I really circled on here, I didn't go through each one of these lease purchases, but the top one is the window project on the courthouse. There's about over $500,000 that in 2021, that's the last payment. So you'll have that paid off in 2021. And so 2022, we'll have another $500,000 there that we can use. And these others just kind of rotate. They're your equipment. So like even if you get one paid off, you're probably gonna have another one. You know, it's just gonna keep rotating. The next page starts the general fund, and I've got a few numbers circled there. I told you this last time, I think, but the first number I got circled up there is sales tax, and we just talked about sales tax. The reason I show 650 and 650 there, I always try to be conservative on, oh, did you find it?
You on the general fund page?
Yeah, general fund, page 7 there, it says, I didn't put any.
7A or
Page 7A.
7, it's 7.
Yep, 7.
Yeah, it's the receipt side.
Yep. Here.
Yep.
That's right, look. 7.
One back, just one back, it's on the back side there, I think. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm on the next one.
Yeah. So I've got the 650 there, but the reason I show that almost 100,000 lower is I don't like I've always budgeted receipts conservatively. Because it's kind of like at home, if you say, okay, I'm gonna get a raise this year, and I'm gonna make an extra $20,000, but all of a sudden COVID-19 hit, you don't have a raise this year, or you don't have a bonus. You gotta really be careful in the government world of overestimating your revenue. Because it's like home, it's so much easier to spend cash than it is budget. Because budget doesn't spend, does it? You can put all the budget numbers in there you want, but if you overestimate them, because what happens is, you see this as you deal with departments. If you put, let's just say we put an extra 200,000 in up here in sales tax, and that goes down and fills in the expenditures of the different departments in the general fund, and all of a sudden our revenues get cut, if that 25% really would have come through, we would be in trouble. And the same thing with county officers' fees, where the next one's circled. I just showed those two as examples. The third one down there with the question mark with the line, and you guys can answer this, is Diamond Vista Income. What is that?
Nothing.
Pilot and non-existent.
I mean, it's in the actual column, is it not? It's not really income?
Oh, it's income, it just,
Yeah, that's
I don't know how much we should talk
probably money
about
that
right
we
now.
received to reimburse Kirk and Michael and other expenses.
Oh, okay.
And then we reimbursed.
Okay.
Lincoln.
So it's gonna flow in and flow right back out?
And so it did, yeah.
Okay. Well, I just saw that, and because see, that's what you look at. You look at the first column and you say, are these revenue sources?
Like the Diamond Vista income.
714,000.
General fund.
Page 7.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's general fund, first page receipt.
I don't have anything.
Okay, so like
Okay,
right
so-
there. Yeah, it's 714. I've got the question mark behind on there. In the actual column.
Okay, so we have That income was to directly offset expenses, so we have,
So it's just in and out?
yeah, it's in and out.
And there's nothing, will there be anything in that 2020 column or 2021?
There, I'll have to look at it.
On the
It's
next
that,
two lines
basically,
down.
what that is the amount that
Kirk and Michael.
we paid out for Kirk and Michael,
Mhm.
and then they paid back. So I would have to check to see what the current
Okay,
amount is.
no problem.
I'll check on it.
One thing I might update the two that haven't been on the commission. What happens is we go through here, we do the best we can to get the numbers where they're at. And Tina actually goes back through and really verifies like the 2020 column and the 2021 column to make sure that we've got everything accounted for. Because I just noticed, I didn't even circle it, but close out MCC EDC, that's the economic development. Okay. And did that stay with you, or did that, I can't remember, 'cause I'm not your auditor anymore, so I don't know some of this stuff, did that?
Well, that was supposed to return back to.
Yeah, it did.
It's
It
returned
went
back?
back into the general.
Went back in general, okay.
The,
One-time deal. Yeah.
In lieu of taxes, though, the next line down, there was a pilot payment this year. I don't know
Okay.
if it goes in here, if it goes somewhere else.
Okay. I didn't see that.
Come in this year at 269, 269.
Something like that.
Okay, we'll find it somewhere, she can tell us.
I turned off the hallway computer because I can access the financials on here, I think.
Okay.
And I can't on this one, so. So,
Okay,
did you have another specific?
yeah, we had
question?
another question, like in, where did the 269,000 for the paid in lieu of tax, where did it get deposited? Do you know?
It would have been in those, I think it was deposited into that.
Oh, is it that same line?
That line, but it would have been this year.
Yeah, but this year.
Oh, this year, so I don't have it in there, do I need to put that in?
Yeah, I'm sure we'll need to put it in there, but Brad still hasn't gotten back to me on
Where did we spend?
whether we are allowed to spend the whole amount or whether we have to distribute a portion of that.
Okay, I'll just put 269, we'll figure it out.
No, I thought it was higher.
Oh, it's higher
It
now?
was 290.
Okay. We're just going through it, at this point, it's okay, we'll get it figured out, yeah. Okay, and then, interest on idle funds, 292, 696. The next number down? Is that really the amount of interest you guys earn?
For last year?
Yep.
I assume so. I haven't gone through and checked your numbers against my financials.
Well, this is right off your financial.
I know. If you picked it up, then that's right.
That's
Okay.
gonna be another part that we're gonna get hit on this year.
Well, I can't even imagine how, I don't know, that seems awful high for the interest rate environment right now.
That's not our pilot payment, is it?
That's what I was.
I wondered if that didn't get, I'll have to
That's
look.
what I say. I haven't gone through and
Yeah, no
checked
problem.
your
We'll
That
look.
numbers.
looks more like our pilot
Yeah,
payment than.
I'll look at that.
'Cause I don't
That makes
think our
sense.
interest
Cause I was gonna say,
on-
I don't think the interest, I
You
remember
don't
back
think
in
she
the
did a
good.
good job?
Huh?
You don't think she did a good job?
No, I think I may have, but I think I may have got the wrong line there.
Interest was higher this last time than we've seen before. Let
Yeah.
me pull up my draft
Once
financials.
the interest rate environment went up a little bit and we started getting
Yeah.
competitive bids,
Okay,
it
okay.
did make a huge difference.
Okay.
All right, but I can, so you wanna know about that wind farm money and then the,
Yeah, and you can figure this out later.
I'm just taking notes.
Yeah, you can figure it out later. Okay. Let's just keep going. I'm just pointing out things that I noticed when I went through here the first time, and some of these things is maybe just where Jamie and I and Tiffany got in place too, so. The next circle, if you'll remember, is the multi-purpose building. There's a 0 there. At one point, I thought we had it, but I guess we don't. Over here, like, you know, that was one where I thought we put under multi-purpose building in parentheses how much it was gonna cost to put a multi-purpose building up, and we were originally kind of setting money aside for that. Is that something that's no?
We was doing, but there was a lady that insisted that we use courthouse windows.
Oh, really?
And it just happened that way.
It happened that way, yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Priorities.
Yeah.
And I think made the motion to take it and put over there, we can try and
Okay.
save it some.
Okay.
But that was for the building over here.
Yeah, I thought it was across the street or something.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
So
Do
now
you want to remove that line?
The
or-
windows are paid for now, so we can start
No,
over
they're
again.
not.
I don't think we need to move it. I'd like to, it's always talk, we need it, and.
Maybe in
I
2021.
think it needs to have a number with parentheses in
The
there,
last payment.
like a goal,
And.
if you're gonna leave the line.
When I brought up last week or so about the rent that we pay and stuff like that, I think that all needs to be
Yeah.
put together, be put in this line, maybe for a goal or something like that.
The
See,
last payment.
we're paying quite a bit of rent.
Was it like 300,000?
Oh, yeah, 350.
350? So I'll put that in parentheses in
But
that
that was
line?
for a shell.
Okay.
Now, if you talk about putting.
Oh, like the
paying
health
something-
department?
the Health department in
Yeah.
there, then the cost goes on.
Yeah, it does.
Alright.
Okay, well, I'll make a note here to, we'll keep. Okay, transfer to risk management fund, we transferred in 19, and we have another transfer in 2020. In 2021, we won't have one, so that 4892, we're up, got the question marks by, that'll actually be zero in 2021.
Chomp away at that, so I'm gonna enter it anyway.
Okay, then one thing I was gonna show you, I'm just gonna show you in this one fund, this one in the road and bridge one I really do this on, is if you look at the first column, and I've got some numbers down here at the bottom, just kind of give you an idea, because that's a question I get quite a bit, is how much cash is enough in the general fund? So if you look here down the left-hand side here, it's a very simple principle I've always applied. The 4,982,000 up there, that's total expenditures, where the top line goes up to there. If you just really roughly, 4.8 is 400,000 per month, okay? So you go down here and you put 400,000 times 6 months reserve. It's kind of like at home. It's kind of like a reserve fund. And so you would have 2.4 million. And right now we're sitting at 2.7 million. Now, some of that may not have the expense applied against it. So like that 713,000 over here on revenue side, but there may not be an expense in here. It may be sitting in cash. And if that's just an in and out, then that's 2,788,000 all of a sudden becomes 2 million. You see what I'm saying? And so it's always good in the general fund to keep it healthy, because in a government you can't borrow money except for lease purchases or bonded indebtedness. It's not like you can just go down the road to the banker and say, I need money. So I always try to make sure that the general fund, because the general fund can spend for anything. I mean, it can even pay bond issues. So if the general fund's healthy, then your county is usually pretty healthy, okay? So that's just, I'm just showing that because, again, we have a couple newer people.
And you allude to that just like a family budget. I think the first year I was sitting in here, Ethan, your comment was 6 months worth of expenses would be healthy.
Yeah.
And then in the last year or 2 years, it's kind of gone to 3 or 4.
3 to 6 is what I usually, 3 is minimum, 6 is,
Yeah.
but there's a lot like in the city world, well, even Marshall County, they've got, they had a lot of money sitting there. That lady stole 400,000, the clerk. And then when I got involved last year, they had about $6 million just sitting there. Some of it was to build a jail.
Move to that county, you can take that money out.
They don't even get sales tax. That's amazing. They have all that money and they don't even get sales tax.
Good management.
They don't have.
Good management, right?
I don't know how. I guess I'd have to say I don't know. I'm learning about that county, but it's amazing.
They have no room
A
to
lot
put
of
much
it,
land.
a lot of it comes from ag
They-
valuation.
Yeah, they have a county. They have a township system, okay, and so yours is and Osage is a township system. You're a county unit system. So that's a lot of difference. If you're taking care of all the roads in the county, that makes a lot of difference, because then you have all the bridge, you have everything. So that mill levy there, that takes your mill levy up quite a bit.
Scott, just off your general assumption, excuse me, Tina,
No, you're
off your
fine.
general assumption, on just what you said, unit township system.
Yeah.
You see our budget, and then you see township budgets. What kind of township budget is a normal township budget? Is it 300,000 for 200,000?
Yeah, probably like Reno County. I do nine township budgets there, and they're probably special road fund and the general fund. They literally have those 2 funds. It's probably around 300,000.
200,000 to 300,000.
Yeah.
You take that times
Yeah,
the number of townships we got here.
Yep.
And
times 16.
That's quite a deal.
Or, 16, is that what you have?
20 something there.
20, 1, 2, 3, 4.
20, like 21, isn't it?
20, 21, 22, 23, 24.
Oh, 24, that's right, yeah. 24. Yeah, so if you multiply that times 300,000, that's a pretty good chunk of change.
Yeah.
And where your township budgets here are what, $1,000 a piece?
Well, it depends. Some of them are a lot more,
Yeah.
but they're, you know, not.
They're very small compared to the, yeah. And then, the other thing is, you look at the expense also, and not just even that, you don't get the total expense in that budget because most of them have lease purchase on cat graders.
Yeah.
So they'll have a cat grader, they'll buy the top dollar, like Reno County. I mean, it's like a 300, their discounted machine is a $300,000 machine. And they do a 5-year rotation and, you know, it's just, you'd have to, I mean, if you go from township to county unit, you have to buy every one of those out at fair market value. So it really doesn't.
No.
What if you go the other way?
Huh?
What if you go back to a township?
If you go back to a township system, then what you end up having is you have that grader expense goes off your budget. I've never did the calculation that way. I've always been asked to go the other way.
Yeah.
But that would be a fairly significant, you know, and then the one thing I do know, when you go from a township back to a county unit, I had some of the hottest calls I've ever had in my life, because what Osage County, they want to do that. So they made me call all 20-some of their townships and tell them we're exploring the fact that we're going back to a county unit system.
And were they happy?
Holy, no. There were superlatives thrown at me when they said you're not, because what happens is they lose their authority to take care of the roads the way they want to take care of them.
Yeah.
You know, if you got that grader sitting in your
township,
in your township, you can go fix the road. So yeah, but there is a lot of money just in that one area, back one way or the other. You know, I don't know.
We went back to the township though, the ones that hurt the most are the rural population.
Depend on the area, depending on the township, on your poorer townships, but not on all.
Yeah, because
Less population is less.
Yeah,
less funding.
that's what I mean when I say poorer. But then some of your townships, they share. They share with the other townships.
Yeah, what you have in the township system also like that is if they have a third-class city in them. So like Marion's actually second-class city by statute, but Hillsborough is a third-class city by statute. And then, is that right?
No, Hillsborough, Marion.
Is it second?
And Florence are second.
I forgot
Florence never
Florence
been
is too, yeah.
updated, but the rest are.
But see, if you're a third-class city, you actually get the value in the township of that third-class city in your general fund. To use it to keep the mill levy down, because like I'm in Empire Township in McPherson County in Galva, and so I actually pay a part on that general fund. The problem with that is some of those townships switch the road expenses to the general fund, which it's a no-no. But when I took them over down in Reno County, they've done that. Because see, you can pick up probably the mill is probably another half again that is spread across the third-class city. So there's a lot of things there with the township. That I got off that. Sorry about that, but
Oh yeah.
it's good.
Be educated.
I can answer your question about the wind farm.
Okay.
You know, that 700 and some odd thousand does include the pilot payment.
Okay.
And we did have a couple of expenses and a receipt out of that same fund within the general fund this year. And then.
How much was the pilot payment?
Let me get back in there, to something else. So this one would be 269.
It was 269.
Yeah, 269, 325.
325?
I was off by 325.
Yeah, you're pretty close. Yeah.
And then also, one thing to note for the commissioners, $90,000 that's in this fund was the deposit that NL put down. So that 90,000, you know, we're supposed to give it back. But, so that's, you know, basically, we have possession of that as a loan.
And that's a deposit for what?
Well, at the very beginning, they had to put a deposit in to get that, account started
Okay.
for engineering
Oh,
to
okay.
reimburse.
Okay.
And so then as we paid engineering, we've submitted bills to them and they've reimbursed them.
Okay.
And so that 90,000, the county still has.
Okay.
So that's another, another,
Legal fees.
Okay, may pay back, I'll put parentheses.
No.
yeah, I doubt that will. Anyway.
You didn't hear
so-
that.
I didn't hear it.
Still there.
Okay, and then, so the interest, is the interest the interest?
is good, yep.
Wow, you guys are amazing investors. Okay, let's go, keep moving here so we can get you out of here. So let's go over to 7B. And it starts with the county commission at the top. I've got all the personnel services circled because we don't do those till the very end, changing anything in that 2021 column. But the two questions we'd had, I think at the time the county clerk was, we just went back through the sheets here, and the copier and the computer, was that something you were gonna buy in the clerk's capital outlay, or do I need to change like the 4 and the 4 there? Is that all in 1 year? Do you know? Or?
Well, let me see, I'd have to, it would be 4 and 4.
4 and 4?
Mhm.
Okay, okay. And then go down to the sheriff vehicle, which would be capital outlay there. We have 27 in the middle column and 27 in 2021. I know he said 2 new vehicles, but was he looking at getting those in? I don't know.
Do we have,
Any extra
No.
that are coming out of the sheriff?
I think he was
And
talking
then right
about
below,
2
the
in
sheriff
each.
vehicle's right below that. I'm
It's
sorry,
60.
60 and 60, yeah. Okay,
Are we getting 4 vehicles?
yeah.
Getting
Just
2
two.
each
You just
year.
wanted to.
Yeah, just 2. Okay, so we have, so I think we've got maybe more in there than, we've got 60 and 60, and I think he said 2 vehicles was around 60. So I didn't know what column that 60 goes in. Does it go, we budgeted it last year, I
It
think.
seems when he was in here, he said 2 this year and 2 next year.
Oh, did he?
I'm pretty sure he
I
said that.
think so
Yeah.
too.
Yeah,
Yes.
Oh, he does
So
have
it
2
would be
down
in
there.
both
Yeah, 20,
columns.
yeah.
and I think he asked for 72 for the next year's, or, because he thought it would be over 60, but
So the 60 here on the 2021 column would be 72,000?
I'm not sure if that's, I mean, that's what he requested, I think, somewhere.
Capital outlay. Vehicle was 70.
Oh, 70.
70,
Yeah, on
I
his
know,
sheet,
somewhere.
yeah, 70, okay. So the 60 stays in the middle column and 70 replaces the 60 in the 2021 column. Okay, we'll keep moving here. Some of the, okay, you that are newer, what we do is we go through and we put those numbers in where they're probably gonna be spent, but these are always, I don't know if you wanna call them chopping block, and this, I mean, you can go back at any time and say, oh, no, we can't do that. Because once we get through the whole budget, we have to kind of weigh, what's most important, what the citizens want, what's gonna, you know what I mean? There's just a lot of decision, and some may have different viewpoints on, what that is, whether it's roads or sheriff's vehicles or whatever. So if you look at the next page, I think Tina said this, I circled the seems low in the contractual of the courthouse. It's like the second line down on courthouse, and in 19 it was 558,640, and then I circled the 350,000 twice. I remember you saying it was.
It's historically, I mean, we really should be bumping that. I think it was lower to make numbers come out right.
Okay.
In the budget, but
Okay.
it's, but it's realistically, it needs to be
Okay.
higher. That's where all of our insurance premiums, all of our operating expenses that aren't otherwise assigned.
So
come
for
from.
now, do you want me to put 600,000 in each one, and then we'll see what? That's
Not that
gonna.
much.
Well.
Well, it's 558, so.
And last year, we did have, a part of that line item was because, oh wait, no, it wasn't. Yeah, at least
500?
if you really wanna try to be accurate, because that's,
Okay, so think mills again, we're going from 350 to 5, so there's 150,000, 300,000, okay?
There's a real right there.
Yeah, a couple mills. Okay, so then, I want to make sure I understood this. I know we don't like to mention the 400.
Yeah, say 400.
But I have the computer equipment line for 50 in both years, and I have a 50 down in the AS400 line. I've got two different amounts there. What, do you remember? I heard you say something, but I was confused about those T lines.
Yeah, one was different from the other.
That computer equipment, that needs to be 50 in both.
Oh, it needs to be 50 in both of them?
Yep,
Okay.
and then the AS400 is be a 0 in the current year and 50. in the
50 in
next.
2021?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's right, okay. And then the next line down, or two lines down, is the window project. I told you, in 2022, that'll be paid off, so that's where that shows up, okay? Then you go down to vehicle replacement, and this happens a couple of times. Emergency management, we have vehicle replacement, we have 35,000 in the parentheses, but we've got 30,000 in the middle and 30,000 in the 2021, so I assume that the 30 in the middle would go away because, okay, here's another teaching moment. We levied it last year as a budget expenditure, okay? So we have the budget authority, and it doesn't mean as much in the general fund because the general fund has a lot of flexibility because the total budget expenditures is all you have to worry about in the general fund. All these departments, you can move, I mean, during the year, if you need money here or there, you can actually move it around. But what we try to do, we try to get as accurate as possible in each department because you've got to have accountability, you know? So like emergency management, if they put down 30 or 35,000 for their car, I mean, you want to try to keep within that so you don't rob, you know, another one of the departments. So what I assume, I don't know what you guys decided, but that 30 in the middle would be 0 because if we budgeted it last year and they decide to spend it this year in 2020, you can do that because you have the budget authority. If you put it in 2021, you can spend it in 2021 also if you don't get it spent in 2020. So I always try to make sure we have budget authority in 2020 and we have budget authority in 2021, okay? And then wherever you spend the cash, that budget authority, if you spend it in 2020, that budget authority in 2021 means nothing because you've already spent it. You see what I'm saying? But if you spend it in 2021, you have both the budget authority and the cash. Does that make sense? And it means more in those funds that are like the ambulance, the appraiser, and those because they're standing on their own. And if you don't do it that way, then you can get caught. You might not have enough budget authority in the 2021 year. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so I need to know, is that 2021 column, should that be 35? Have we arrived at the 35?
I think when he was talking about instead of getting a 3/4 ton truck, he was talking about getting a Durango or something.
SUV.
Yeah, he was going to a little less dollar vehicle, right?
Well, maybe that might have been some of his decision on that 30 versus 35.
Well, the way we usually do that is each year we add to it.
Right.
So if you're in the general fund, basically, you raise the middle column and then you just add 5,000 to the next year. So that's kind of how we save.
Yeah.
And so typically, we would add 5 each year until we reach the goal. So,
Yeah,
but the 30 in the middle column would go away.
go away, right.
Yeah. So
And then whether
35.
whether you put 30 or 35 next year, that next year's what he's gonna purchase potentially. So it would need to be whatever the amount that you would.
So for now, I can put 35, we can talk about it if that's not,
That's close enough.
okay? Okay, go to the next page, the top of page 7D on the general fund, that's the road and bridge. And these calculations, I really don't make until we get done with, like I told you earlier, until we get done with where we want to set the sales tax. So if it's at 650, we'll make the calculations, or if it's 675, wherever we decide we think sales tax is gonna come out for 2020, and then also for 2021. So I'll make those later. The next one down is the appropriate funds, and I don't think we looked and we didn't see, I don't think we had them, I think you were meeting with them, was it 620, it was like Monday, or?
Yeah, they didn't.
Have you met with any of these, like,
So
The extension council, no, the extension council goes away, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one's 0, that's right, forgot about that. Okay, so that's 0 in 2021,
Yes.
or did that happen in 2020?
No.
2021. So there's no, oh, look at that, there's another mill. Now, the taxpayer's still getting that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
don't go away in some people's tax when they
That's
pay the
right.
taxes.
That's right.
Yeah, it goes away in this budget.
In this budget, yeah, that's right. Soil conservation, did they come in yet?
They're coming in Monday and I'm gonna see what they're asking for. They're asking for an increase.
Okay. Monday, that'd be July 6th.
Mental health that came in and asked for an increase, 93.
Okay.
Prairie View asked for like 93 something.
Okay.
I don't know.
CDDO, is it still the same?
I think it's the same.
Go 65 and the last one they're saying. And the 65, what do you want to put in then for Prairie View? Do you want to put the,
I just would like to say to the commission, it's been addressed as who's most important in this situation. In this, now maybe today it's changing in mental health and stuff like that, and the mentally handicapped. You know, I don't, but we've always addressed them as the same, more or less, but if somewhere this commission decides that one's more important than the other, you know, that's up to the commission of that. And so I'm just saying that if we go one way with one, maybe we ought to look at the other. I don't know.
That's what you've done in the past.
Yeah, that's just past practices.
Reduce one and increase another one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying, you look at them, we've always went up to the same match, but that's in a good world, you know. Go ahead, Michelle.
yeah, I was just kind of waiting to see what, do you want me to change anything, or do you want to leave it like it is for now until we, or what do you want to do?
Well, we'll leave it like it is, and we definitely can't put a scalp to it.
Yeah.
Because we have already declined the increase. So.
Oh, you did, okay.
No, we didn't, no, I'm saying by not putting the 93 in there, we're declining the increase, and you need to remember that, so you don't try to scalp that one.
I can put 93 there, and then we can always
Put
go back.
93 there so we can cut it back.
And we can cut it back. Can we do that?
I mean, wouldn't it be better to put what the requested amount is? I mean, we can always chop it.
Yeah, well, as long as you put the requested amount in, then it's free game. I was just gonna say, if you don't put the requested in, you're probably gonna remember that account and not chop it.
Yeah. Okay, I can put 93 in, then we can always, you know what's interesting, the other day, when the sheriff's, I was here, and that really opened my eyes, he said, you know, about the jail and about mental health. Okay, and Tiffany, actually, another one of her side jobs, she is it through the security company?
Yeah.
The security company her boyfriend, her dad has, they actually are contracted to take mental health patients from hospitals in Kansas to either Larned or Osawatomie, and she actually is one of the drivers. And she says that is an adventure. I've learned.
They talk to you, do they?
So, I don't know, just with this whole thing, I mean, I think you're gonna see that, those two, I'm not trying to say they should get the 93, but it's really amazing the anxiety and overwhelmness that exists, just.
It's gonna get worse with.
Yes,
no time.
yeah, it is, yeah.
Make people stay home.
Yeah, it is, it really is.
They had a thing on about schools yesterday. The pediatrician said that the kids need to go back.
I saw that, yeah, they need to go
They
back.
need, no matter what, they need to go
That's
back.
right.
Yeah, well, it's less transmissible with kids too.
Huh?
They said it's less transmissible with kids.
Yeah, but still,
Yeah, they need that interaction, they need that, yeah, exactly.
let them get sick, but they need to go back.
That's right, yeah.
Parents need that too.
Well, that's kind of what happened with the chicken pox. Everybody turned their kids loose together, go get the chicken pox.
Yeah, yeah.
My folks did.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'll put 93 there, and then we'll keep going there. 42, I remember something about the county council, but I don't remember what you said. I didn't have it in my notes. It was 42 in the center column, and was it?
Well, what I said was, we set this in the budget this way, but I don't think we've been paying it out that way. I think we've been paying it out at the courthouse, general.
Oh, in courthouse, that's right.
So let me check that real
Okay.
quick.
It's up in that contractual, the 500-some thousand. I think.
Yeah, let me double check and make sure we didn't change it this year, but last year we didn't pay it that way, so. Yeah, it's still being paid out of courthouse, so that's part of that 500,000.
So should we split that out so we know what it is?
We
You
can,
just split
that
it.
was kind of the intention, but we just hadn't, we didn't set up a fund.
Okay,
or
you just
a
split it out
line
of
item.
the courthouse? And leave it in the
So,
courthouse?
We could leave it in the courthouse, I guess,
Did you
yeah.
just split, throw another line in the courthouse?
well, that's what this is. I mean, this is within the general, it's all within the same fund. But that's 84,000 within the two columns that's
Yeah.
already accounted for.
Okay.
Up above. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, in 2019, the 558 under contractual will be reduced by roughly 42,000? Or did you not spend it until 2020? I can't remember. Is it this year? He was here last year. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, so, do you want to show it split out on the budget? Because we didn't split it out on the financials, we didn't pay it that way.
It's up to you. I mean, I'm just, yeah, it's
You
whatever
guys
you
want
guys
it
want
as
to
a
do.
separate line item, so you can see that by itself.
I think the public needs to see what we're paying.
Okay, but I can, it was a different amount, they bumped it one time, so.
Okay.
I'll find that.
Okay, we'll circle that. I'll put over here in courthouse contractual.
So maybe we could bump that courthouse contractual down by, where we just bumped it to 500. If you're gonna show it down below, we could.
Take it to 450?
Yes.
Okay, we'll take contractual to 450.
That's where council comes out of that contractual?
That's where we've been paying it out.
Please go back up.
Okay, so we'll put it, and 42 you think's low in the county council?
No, I just was gonna say, that started in 19 at the amount.
Okay.
About halfway through the year, before that it was 24,000.
24.
Yeah, so in 19, it's a pretty good number.
Okay.
I can get you the exact if you
Yeah.
wanna change the
Yeah,
actual
so we
19 column
can
later.
compare, yeah, okay. Okay, we'll keep going. Plan and zoning, when she was in here, she was talking about her wonderful vehicle. We have 25,000 over here in the bracketed amount. Middle column is 24.5 and it's 32.5, but we really, in this case, in the general fund, only needed one column. I didn't know if you were planning on purchasing it this year, or do we move it up to that 32.5? I don't know why it went to, what did she, do you remember what she, so that's a bigger jump than, it's above the 25, so I didn't know.
What the vehicle costs.
32.5.
She needs four-wheel drive.
Yeah, that's right, she needed four-wheel drive, that's right, yeah.
And high clearance.
Yeah, and she needed kind of like a Tahoe type or something like that, yeah.
Such a one a belly pan on it.
Yeah, yeah, that's right, yeah, skid.
She goes to
oh,
odd
skid,
places,
yeah.
eh?
Yeah, 'cause I didn't think she just talked about it.
She didn't put it in, okay. So I don't know, what amount we'll take the middle column out, I guess, for now.
Carry some from this
30
year and add it to next year.
Yeah, 32.5, is that what you want to show in the, and I could change the amount over here in vehicle replacement to 25, I could change it to like, what, 35 or something, or?
I do 35.
So,
35, you think?
just a question, so you
Yep.
wanna drop it out of the middle column?
Yep.
Does that basically go to cash forward?
Yeah, so what happens is, the middle column is very important. So if we take that 24 out of the middle column, it's just like what Jonas said, you actually, it goes into cash carryover and it ends up in this, if you'll look here on page, let me find it here for sure. Okay, so you look on the very first page where the Diamond Vista income was on page 7. If you look up in the very right-hand corner of that first column, or that last column, you see 2,200,000. You see that number on page 7? Okay, so all these adjustments were like, we go down the middle column, we say on the expenditure side, we say, oh, we're gonna take that 24 out of the middle column. So what ends up happening is that 2,200,000 actually gets added to by 24,000 or by 30,000 or by whatever we take out of that middle column, and it gives you more cash to spend in the 2021 column to help fund the budget. Okay?
So that'll move down on the next page.
Yeah.
Total expenditures, right below that.
Yep.
You show your
that's a
unencumbered
good
cash
thing.
balance.
That's a good thing, yeah, yeah. Dan, who's on the commission around 12 years or something, one day he pulled him up on there, and the first thing he asked is, are we taking care of that middle column? Because he always had a problem with the middle column. Because the middle column is really powerful. If you're not gonna spend it this year, See, we used to, I don't know if we do, I think we do this. At the end of the year, we look at the cash carryover that you budgeted, like right now, and we get out at the end of the year, and we look and see how close the cash carryover is to what we budgeted. Because let's just say right now, we say that the general fund is gonna have 2.5 million in the budget. But when you get down to the end of the year at 12/31, and it's only got 1.8 million, that carryover is so huge to fund next year's budget, okay? Now that could mean a lot of things. That could mean that maybe you went on and bought the vehicle in 2020. You know, you bought it this year, so that cash carryover dropped because you went on and made the expenditure in the middle column. But if there's other reasons, the revenue up above, like sales tax, didn't come in like you were supposed to, okay? So when it's lower, it's kind of like in a business. When you're running a business, if that income is not coming in, then that carryover to next year, you could be, you know, you might have to get a line of credit or something. Well, government can't do that. They can't go get a line of credit. So that's why it's always important to watch that cash carryover. So that middle column, when we're working with it there and we say 24 is gone and it's going to the next column, 30's gone and it's going to the next column, that's all adding to that cash carryover to help fund that over here, okay?
You get 70 out of it, you got a $500,000.
Yeah.
Brought over to the next year.
That's right, that's right. Yeah, you can, okay, so another way to look at it is when we're adding that 5,000, we go from 25,000 to 30,000. So what you're really doing is you're taking the 25,000 right here in the middle column and it's added to the cash carryover. And all you're really adding to the 2021 in the expenditure is the 5,000, but that's the mechanics behind it. The 25 is put into cash and the 5 is added to the extra expenditure and you're funding $30,000.
You only see the balance at the, at the end of the balance, basically.
That's
You don't-
right.
You don't see it through the.
That's right.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Yep.
As much as county does.
Well.
I'm a salesman.
Yeah.
It falls into a little bit of your balance.
Sell something, make money, usually.
You're supposed to, aren't you?
Yeah.
Good question?
No?
Okay.
No.
You're good, okay. Okay, let's see where we're at here, let's keep moving. Well, this is general fund, once you get through this, the rest of them are. Okay, so we moved at O and K, we've got, oh, I'm gonna change this 35 to the vehicle replacement on the. Okay, the question I had down here at the bottom of sales tax other is, does pictometry stay about the same each year, is that?
Yeah, we just paid it this month and it was 36.
So,
Yeah, we just approved the voucher today.
right, so 2021 will be roughly around that 36, right? Yeah, okay. And then what was this I don't remember what this restoration is of 12 and 12. Do you remember? that?
Restoration Center, I think, is.
That's a new mental health center.
Oh, okay. So it's not, oh, I thought restoration like the
Yeah.
Fixing
Building
something.
restoration.
men's bathroom or something.
Yeah, but
It should say
You're fixing
restoration
people.
center slash.
Okay, restoration center.
Yeah, and it actually should go, well, maybe not.
What we paid this year was just under 9,000.
In 19, 20.
In 20.
In 20, okay. So that middle column could be 9 and,
Yeah. I'm looking at it.
okay.
Should just get a highlighter.
Okay, she's gonna look that up. I think that's the general fund. Is there any question? I mean, there's a lot in the general fund, okay? And to kind of give you a little background, I keep forgetting to do it, but we're gonna pull down Shawnee County. They have 5 funds, I think, and most of their activity goes through the general fund, and you can see why. Because it gives you incredible flexibility. So like if you fund each of the departments in the general fund, and one, you have to watch it closer, but if one of those departments needs a little extra money, you have all that money flowing through one fund, and the budget expenditure is the total down here at the general. It's not each of these departments, okay? So if you're in a county like Shawnee, they run almost everything through there except for the road and bridge, and maybe, I don't remember what the other one, there's a couple others that they keep separate. They're levy funds. Here, I mean, you got a lot going through the general fund, and it gives you pretty good flexibility. Any other questions on that?
I still, I won't beat it till it's dead, but
Yep.
the county administrator.
Okay, yeah, sure. You wanna drop something in there?
Yeah. I think we talked last time you were here was a mill.
1 mil, okay. Just round it off 140?
Yeah, we can cut it.
We can cut it
Yep.
down to probably 120 mark, but
Okay.
I would like to remind the commission that's against the vote.
that vote taken?
It was the year before they went with the 5.
Year before. And then, that would also, let's see, we put the offset at 140, and then we'd also have to, if we leave it in there, we have to calculate the employee benefits.
Well, that's, I was trying to figure that.
Oh, that'd be the total? Okay.
I don't know, it might be unrealistic, but I don't think you're close.
I think you're
Well,
close.
no, I meant unrealistic as far as including the benefits in and then winding up lowering the salary. Maybe I'm unrealistic, but.
Yeah. Okay, we'll, we can drop it in there and then you can decide what you wanna do. Okay, any other questions on the general fund? We're gonna keep it moving here if not. Okay, let's skip over past no debt service fund there. Let's go to road and bridge. So we're just like tackling the two big ones right off the bat here. Okay, so I believe they took forever to get these numbers out. That first circled number, the state fuel tax, they actually go through and make a calculation for each of the counties, and that's where we get those numbers, is from the state of Kansas. So if you look, 655 is what you received, 655, 741 is what you received in 219, 606 is circled there, and then 533, it dropped off a little bit. It's all based on the amount of usage. You see where you're at?
On page 9.
Page 9, yeah.
Okay.
The one reason, and I don't know all the calculation here, but the reason it dropped from 606 to 533, think about this, this is all based on an estimate. But think about so far in the month of March, April, May, how much fuel was sold. Not a lot. I mean, I drove my blue truck for 8 weeks and only filled it up once. And I usually fill it up once a week, minimum. You know, even a tank and a half sometimes.
And the price of fuel's down too, so taxes is down.
That's right. So the tax stays the
That's
same.
so much per gallon.
Yeah, but so much per gallon. So what happens is if the consumption's down, that amount of tax is down because you're not selling as many gallons.
Yeah, it's like,
Right.
I'm getting 2 weeks out of a tank of gas.
Yeah.
I used to get 3
That's right.
tanks a week.
That's right, yeah, exactly. And so that's why they just come in and make that estimate. That's why it dropped off so much there, because of the fuel, and that's in 2021, so the fuel consumption, what they're projecting. So that may change. I mean, you hope to get more than that. But the other question I had on this line, or on this receipt side, is the federal exchange money. Do you ask for that every year? Do you get that every year? Like that 126,714?
We don't necessarily ask for it every year, but we have been recently, and we do have some coming this year.
Okay, it's probably about the same, roughly?
So roughly.
Yeah. We can look it up.
FEMA reimbursements never did show up.
We don't know what that's gonna be.
Yeah. I know, I told you that the other day, but I know there's some townships I'm working with in Reno County, they have not got their reimbursement from October of 2018. They're still trying to get that money.
Yeah. They
So
were,
so we could be almost 2 years out here, coming out into
FEMA was
October.
still on 2018
Yeah.
in January
Yeah.
of this year.
Yeah.
2020.
And I haven't met with them yet, so I don't know if they got it yet. They may have got it by now. I just haven't, I meet with them second week in July, or third week in July, I think.
But at some point, that could be a fairly substantial amount. We just
Could be.
don't know what it is.
It could be, I don't know, was it like 500,000 or 600,000 roughly?
When?
FEMA?
Blew the road budget.
Yeah, I don't, they haven't even gathered the expenses yet. So they had a pre-meeting and that was it. Are you talking about from the July 4th flooding?
Okay, here's something, this is nothing to do with the budget. I'm sitting here just spinning my wheels thinking about this, okay? I got this guy in Reno County, I told you about him last time. He really forced the issue on one of the townships and they got their money, okay? And I'm gonna talk to him when he comes in, because I wanna see how he did that. Because they're telling him he should go contract, okay, and do that for others, okay?
Everybody should want to know how to do that.
Right.
Work on 10% commission.
Right, so what I'm thinking here is, since I'm no longer your auditor, I was gonna see, I mean, it'd be worth paying a little bit to see if we could get $700,000. You see what I'm saying? And going through and documenting and getting the money. And since I'm not your auditor, I don't have to worry about being independent. See, that was the whole problem with, when I was your auditor, I had to really be careful about, you know, I couldn't act as management.
Right.
But now I could. It might be worth just exploring and seeing what kind of documentation and moving that along a little bit. Because I will tell you, any kind of grant stuff like that, you have to stay on it.
Yep.
You can't let
By
it.
him being able to do that, he's telling me that the money's there.
Yeah,
It's not, you know, 'cause a lot of
exactly.
times they say, oh, it's not
Yeah,
appropriate.
exactly.
It must have
Yeah.
been appropriate.
Yeah. So they were trying to get him just to do the other townships in Reno County, but I just sitting here thinking, because I know in the month of May of 19, you replaced gravel on some roads 4 times. Isn't that right?
Oh, yeah.
I think it's like 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to check into that a little bit and see what it would be, just see what
Yeah,
come up
I
with
think
it?
anything like that.
'Cause I was thinking about that, that'd be worth,
That'd be worth
Come to the
money.
interview with us.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me see what I can find out about that, because I was just sitting there thinking, why shouldn't we try to, I mean, I understand, people get busy, and that takes a lot of effort. This guy is a bulldog, okay? I mean, he's, I'm gonna get this money. Okay, I'll make a note here, we'll check into,
So the questions you asked so far, I just gave all them to.
Okay, perfect.
I give them to the important person, right, Tina?
That's
Or
right.
she can just write them down.
Should get this all figured out, and we're
I
long.
just didn't want to
You
interrupt
look good,
you.
don't you?
Go loud, yes, exactly, oh, yeah.
You just call her from the Bahamas?
You what?
You just call her from the
No,
Bahamas?
I'm not a Bahamas guy. You might have to call me from the 80 out north of Galva or something.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Nothing set aside.
But I found out the federal exchange money for this year is
Yeah.
109,677.
Okay,
So she's
109.
got that.
Okay, 109, okay. 109, okay. Okay, I did that calculation on the, if you look on page 9A, I did the calculation again, just rough again. I wanted to just show you what the cash carryover is at the end of 19. And it's roughly about 6 months would be 2.4 million. That's about where we're at in the road and bridge budget. And if we get this, if we get FEMA money, you know, you've already paid that out, so I don't know what you're up for, but if we get.
It's just a windfall.
Yeah, 700 or 800, it's like the townships called it a Christmas gift, that's what they call it. Okay, let's keep moving. I just circled, this was kind of interesting, we must have just dropped in, Jamie's gone, but I have to talk to her, but in the road and bridge budget on 9B, the personnel services, we must have dropped in right off of their sheets. They must have went on and made adjustments in there. I just noticed. We'll have to go back and look at that, because you see what I'm saying? Typically, we leave it in whatever is in the middle column, but we must have dropped in what the road and bridge wanted to give themselves raises. So before we come back the next time, I will change that. The other thing I'd like to draw your attention to is that down at the very bottom there, the 400,000 is circled twice, and that's kind of what I think you talked about that earlier. Wasn't that the transfer you were talking about earlier today, the 133,333? Yeah. So that's set aside. The way that works is you can transfer 25% of the total budget at the end of the year up to the amount of cash you have available. So it's a pretty good sized transfer you could make. Up at Marshall County, they couldn't figure out why there was a zero there. State law only requires you to show actual. They couldn't figure out why on the budget hearing it was zero, and they thought their special equipment fund had zero, and I said, no, it's not budgeted. You know, you're only showing actual. That's one of the capital improvement, even though we show 3 years, is only required to have 1 year actual. Special machinery is that way too. Most of those funds that are reserve funds like that, I've always just budgeted all 3 years, so you see the flow, you know, in the budget document, so you can see if there's like an equipment for special machinery. Well, that 1 year got me, you know, the $250,000 balloon payment, I did not have accounted for in that special machinery. So it's good to, I think, to carry them out there and show them. So that 400,000 is shown twice there. you could transfer, like you did, 133,000 last year, or you could transfer 700,000 maybe. You know, it just kind of depends what you set aside. Okay, the next page is the ambulance. We've talked about this a little bit when he was in here because it's kind of like more like a business. I think if I remember you right, Tiffany and I was talking about this on the way over, but if you look up there at the first circle, the service fee, that's $657, $612 on, and there's no page number on this one, I don't think. You guys see where it's at? Okay. That's $657, $612. I think that was a little, that amount was a little high because you had caught up on some receipts in the past. Was that correct?
Yes.
I think there was some things there that hadn't got collected.
Start collecting themselves.
That's right,
They're
yeah.
bad debts.
That's right, bad debts and all that. So the 500,000 is just an estimate. I again want to be conservative. I don't want to overestimate. What happened on this one is the reason there's more levied than what was levied last year. I think Jamie, when she dropped these numbers in, she dropped in kind of what he had there, because if you look at the salaries again, it went from 905 to 1,043. You look at capital outlay, ambulance, well, not ambulance replacement, that always is there. The building, we have 400,000, that's the second asterisk there. We have 400,000 over here in the parentheses, and we put 200,000 in the column there. So I think you said you'd already spent this year 25,000 just doing some stuff, or?
Yeah, but he carried forward the 150, so.
There was a plan to actually increase the personnel for EMS. It
Oh, is
was
that
part
what-
of the
oh,
budget
okay.
plan, and that's not with raises, but that was adding.
That was just
a
the adding
position,
people,
yeah.
okay.
But I don't know what the number should be, I don't have that right in front of me.
Okay. I'll just put adding people here and then we'll figure it out. We can
So-
go back and slash and whatever, or add to, whatever you want to there. Is 200,000 kind of what you want to do in the 2021 column for the building? Or have you talked about that anymore, or thought about it anymore?
Still
Is that
waiting-
like a-
still
is that like
waiting
a-
on some legal documentation to see where we're at.
Is that a new building or is it a
That
remodel
would be a
building?
new building.
New
yeah.
building, okay. Okay, do you have the land already, or?
Not yet.
It's all waiting on,
You want the city of Hillsborough.
okay.
Still trying to drain this wall.
I was gonna make a commission comment on that today, because as I'm meeting new people, as Diane said, for your
Campaign.
election campaign and stuff,
Mhm.
I got people around Hillsborough that's in the district south of Hillsborough that's not agreeing with what's going on in Hillsborough.
Exactly.
They want a building, they want to get in a building at a reasonable cost, and they think it can be done cheaper than that, so.
Yeah, the more and more I talk to, they don't understand why we're spending any money at all.
Mhm.
I mean, honestly, they don't know why we're not just staying where we're at. And
honestly, I don't know why we are.
I don't either.
And is it still in the old house? Where's it at now?
What?
Where's it at right now?
they're stored in the city building right now.
Fire station.
And our,
But
we have
we
an
do
apartment
have to
for our
pay.
EMTs.
That's right, yeah.
Right across the parking lot,
Yeah.
so it takes them like 10 seconds to get there out the
Yeah.
door.
Yeah.
I think it's 30 or 45 seconds more.
But they had it all, you know, they had it all, the timing down based on the Marion crew and Hillsborough's crew and how much longer it took the Hillsborough crew to get out than the Marion crew because
I
the
don't know
Marion
if that
crew is
is
in the building.
gearing up to and leaving the door. Yeah, because for me to walk across the parking lot is 10 seconds. But they gotta be doing something else in the apartment and then something else when they walk in out of their door to get to that minute 5. And I don't doubt them. I'm sure it's true. But there's gotta be some other legwork.
Gotta find your shoes.
Anyway, got off on that topic.
Chasing rabbits.
Yeah, okay. Well, do you want me to just leave 200 for now and we'll just deal with it later? I mean, kind of when we kick back?
I think so.
Because don't we have 150 this year that we're carrying forward?
Well, 150, but then we took 25 out so we could make repairs. And so we had 125 that were carried forward, which would be inside that
200,000.
Or you had
471 mark.
202 for next year, so you had 3 1/4 then.
Oh, 3 1/4.
Well, I'm just asking.
Oh, that's what you're asking, how big the number needs to
I
be.
mean, we got 125 we're gonna carry forward.
Yeah.
Are we gonna give them another 200 then?
I can't
for
remember
next
what
year?
Randy's motion was it to come up with another 200? You had a motion to come up with.
I thought it was 2 something.
some more money.
Do something.
And add it, and
Okay,
add
we
this
can,
money to that.
we'll figure it out, we'll get them out. Is that, that's in a motion there?
Randy had a motion that we make it happen, so.
Because maybe another year after that before we turn dirt, maybe 2022. The way things are moving.
Okay.
Yeah, another mill, another 2 mills,
Yeah.
3 mills.
Yeah.
On your income though, I know we're down this year because of COVID and people not going to the hospital. After 6 months on your ambulance service fees, you're already at 277,
Yeah.
243.
Yeah.
So
that
for this
500,000
year, it's
that
probably really
500,000.
good, but
Mhm.
maybe next year it could be more.
Yeah, 500,000 could be over conservative.
The previous years, we've been 597, 615, and then 657 on a regular year.
I mean, we could go, even if you went 550 in both those years, there's $100,000.
Well, that one is the income side, so you probably want to keep it conservative.
You try, yeah, you
It's
try
probably
to.
for
You
real
don't-
this year.
Yeah. You don't
Yeah.
want
Conservative is actually probably actual.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to get too carried away.
And,
Oh, okay.
and one other thing in ambulance too is, as I said in the budget meeting, we need to visit with that because there's other things happening. This whole department needs to be looked at, and it's not gonna make everybody happy when we look at it and make the right decisions. That's just something else that you've got on-call time and stuff like that, that's pretty big. So, just keep that in mind. I don't know where our on-call time comes out of. I was trying to see that in the budget. Salaries,
Salaries.
down here at the bottom. The ambulance.
They would have to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we'll keep moving here. Appraiser's cost, I really didn't have anything unless you guys want to talk about anything appraiser's cost that I don't know about.
Aging?
Appraisers down at the bottom of page, you know, there, I didn't have anything there.
I got a 265 circle.
Well, that's just because of personal services, until we figure out what you're gonna do with salaries and all that. The next one, the only thing we wrote in here was, I actually learned something the last time she was here. I didn't understand before why they thought we had to come up with the insurance. But I understand now because she said the 2 left actually have Medicare.
Right.
And so if they go off, I mean, if you hire somebody else that is not on Medicare, you would actually have to provide that. So I didn't understand that until this time. So I didn't adjust for that. I didn't put the other 2 in there. I guess unless you want to put, well, I don't think, we got 37 though. She's got it there. I didn't circle it. 37040, it is in there. So I don't know what you want to do, if you want to leave it in there, or you want to just pay what you've paid, the 15 you've paid for the other 2 employees, how do you want to do that?
Well, that's basically what it is, 'cause you've got 2 employees that are on it.
Yep.
And then she's talking about potentially 2 more,
2
so
more.
it'd be double.
Yep.
They've asked us for that every year, and we've never put that
Never
one
put it
in
in
the
there.
budget.
So just put I noticed 19 in the 2019 column, did it go up a little bit? Do I need to adjust the middle column and
It went up a little bit. I was just gonna see if I could pull that.
Okay. While you're pulling that, election, there's no changes to election, I didn't really see anything down there. Yep. Okay. We'll get that number on the aging and drop it in there. Employee benefits, I just made a note here, we don't really do anything with employee benefits until we have everything all done, and then we figure out, okay, what you gotta do with salaries, and then we make all the calculations based on that. That one there, this one here, I mean, of any fund that I work with on the counties, it's literally the most challenging fund there, because there's so many moving pieces. Like, Osage County one year had 4 people that had extenuated cancer situations, so the next year, their rates went through the roof. Well, we didn't, so the general fund had to pick up for the next, till we got it caught up, had to pick up for that. So it's always one we'll put in like 30% increases a lot of times, we'll build them into the line items. but, sometimes we've been pretty fortunate the last few years, we haven't. But see, look at the, if you looked, I didn't circle it here, but if you look at 2019 and you look at the cash carryover, 189.35, do you see that number in the first column of 19 there, the employee benefits? Okay, so if you just took, let's just round it off here so it's a little easier. Let's just go down to 1.2 million of total expenditures in that fund instead of 1.6. So that's 100,000. That's 100,000 a month expenditures, and then you could add a little bit more of that. So let's just say 100,000 for easy computation. So 6 months is 600,000. Okay, in your employee benefit fund, if you're going to carry that, have that rainy day fund, have the saving. We're setting at 180. That's a little tight. You're probably actually averaging 1.6. You're probably averaging about 130 maybe, and you've got literally a little bit over 1 month's reserve at the end of 19. You see what I'm saying? So that's one that we always try to keep a little extra cash in there, because it can go quickly. So just think about that, and we don't need to have an answer today, but that's one that we may have to add a little bit to take care of that cash carryover. And that's why, again, back to, I don't like to beat a dead horse, but that's why the general fund really needs to always be healthy. Because if you do have a problem like over here in the employee benefit fund, the general fund can always help you.
That's the lender.
Yeah, it's the lender on the, on your budget, okay?
18.5 on that insurance.
18.5?
Currently there.
Okay.
And probably for next year, unless they want to budget all 4 positions, but we only, and budgeting 2, and if we needed to pay, that raises the levy for the aging fund. But if we had to pay, we pay in general fund, if we end up having it next year.
Okay, so I'll change the middle column to 18.5, and then I can put the 18.5 in the 2021 column, or do you want to put the full 37 in on the aging?
Like you said, we've never used it all.
Yeah.
What happens if that happens? If we had 25 or 26 in there?
Then we pay it out of the general fund.
We pay it out of the general.
Now,
so-
if you put it in here and then we don't spend it, that's money
It's not
available
as
in the
flexible.
department budget, but you can't use,
Can't use it somewhere else.
That's right.
Keep it to the general.
That's right.
You can use it somewhere else.
So typically what happens is in these outlying funds, whether it's aging, appraiser, we try to keep except for employee benefits. And even employee benefits, you can do that. But we try to keep in those little funds like that where the appraiser and aging, once you levy it in there, it takes, and you don't use it, it takes another year to get that cash back. Because the only way you can get that cash back is change the levy the next year to reduce the levy in order to put the money back in another fund, okay? So we always try to keep the general fund, like you're saying, flowing, and keep these at lower. That's why we've never budgeted in the aging fund. We've always just kept it at the bare minimum. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay.
Maybe I'll stick with 19.
Whatever this year was, 18.
18.5, just put 18.5 and call it good. Okay, we'll do it. Okay, employee benefits, we've talked about that enough. Health fund, I talked to Deidre on the phone, but I just put,
Yeah.
okay, the health department, they were kind of funny. It was Sue and Mary show up at Marshall. They're really nervous about this testing, and I don't know that much. I mean, you hear it on the news, you hear all this stuff, but they were talking about if there becomes a mandatory testing by the health departments, by the counties, and I don't know if that ever, I mean, you never know. I mean, you would never thought all we've had happens.
Yeah.
But they said they would have to, if they had mandatory testing in their county, it was like, what'd they say, 4 people? I think they said like 4 nurses that they might have to add just to go through and do that. And, nurses aren't, I mean, I don't know what the hourly rate is, but they're not cheap.
$30, $40 an
Yeah,
hour.
yeah. So they were getting all concerned, but then what I told them is, I said, well, for one thing, that we did the same thing up there. We put the 200 and some thousand over in risk management, so there's a little extra money there, and then their county is getting 1.9 million, depending on how they allocate it, through the CARES and Sparks, so there's a little extra money there. What is Marion? I haven't looked up, what is Marion County's, do you know?
2.3 million.
2.3 million for you guys, and then depending on how you allocate, okay. So I don't know if Deidre does a great job at running her budget. I mean, she watches it close, she's done this forever. And one thing to remember on the health department, if you reduce the levy, you end up reducing the amount of money you get from the state. Because you have to at least levy the same as the year before. Because if you don't, they're saying that the local government is not supplanting or adding to that budget, and the state is picking up too much. You see what I'm saying? So we've always tried to keep the levy, we don't swing that levy at all. We try to keep it the same as the previous year, okay? Anything, I don't really have anything to add on the health department. I just let you talk to her or anything else. She does a pretty good job on that one. Okay, noxious weed. There was something about a sprayer. $6,100, something about hit it with a skid loader or something.
Yeah.
About any
And
put
he-
it in the back of the truck.
Yeah.
I think he had money for it already.
And we've got 40,000 over the noxious weed capital outlay fund, so I mean, the 6,100 can be bought probably either place, but, so I don't think that's a problem, so you'll probably just, I assume, just go buy it.
Well, typically, we would buy that out of the capital outlay
Capital outlay, yeah.
fund, that 147.
Yep.
Sounds like you said you had the money.
Yeah, they have the money, 40,000, so.
Yeah, you gave up a water truck
Yep.
to the road and bridge.
Road and bridge, okay.
Was hoping to get this in replacement.
Okay. Okay, go down at the bottom, the park, I put here insurance reimbursement for dock destroyed.
Okay, on that.
What's happened there?
Actually, we got that first half of that payment,
Okay.
and we paid the expenditure out of the general fund.
Oh, out of the
Because
general fund.
Park did not have enough budget authority to pay the bill.
Oh, okay.
So so that's being handled out of the general fund.
Okay.
And we will receive another approximately 88,000 from the insurance settlement on that, which would be going into the general fund.
Oh, wow.
And we've paid out the entire expense. We're just holding the second half of the.
All out of the
money.
general fund?
Yeah, it's all out of the general.
As other sales tax, or what is
No.
it? Just
General.
courthouse?
Yeah, courthouse.
Do I need to count that over there? I don't have any of that in here.
It was last year. It's in.
Oh, it's in 19? But
We-
the 87,000 won't be.
The income is not accounted for, that's what I'm saying, we need to add that
Oh, add income.
88,000
Okay.
into the general fund as income that we should be getting this year, yeah.
Okay. In 2020?
Yes.
Some things you need to know, maybe.
As long as it
Yes.
get it built.
Yep,
Okay.
so that would be in the courthouse line item, or, well, I guess, just general income, that daily
Yeah.
receipts or reimbursement. It won't be a reimbursement, it's the wrong year, but.
Okay, so the other 100,000 that we still have here in capital outlay, was that, we talked about, I don't know if he's gonna check into it a little bit, but like the electrical,
That's enough, we put another line item in there, didn't we?
well, I don't think,
Electrical upgrade.
there is electrical upgrade, but I don't think we changed it. I have a question here, the 100,000 up there, do you want me to move part of that down to that, it's electrical water upgrade is 50, and that was spent in 19, it was 74,000. But do you want me to add that line in 2021 if he checks it out? And
We talked about some sheds too.
on sheds too. Oh, that's right, yeah, for the buildings, yeah.
More
the
equipment
two
storage
buildings.
and garage. You got them listed here.
Yeah, we got them listed there, we just don't have them filled in there, yeah.
35,000 equipment storage.
She put it in, Jamie put it in over on the left, but we didn't put in the right. So the reason I circled the 100,000, you want me to break out?
It probably needs to be broke out. putting those
So we'd have
lines.
35, 25.
40.
And then we have, garage, and then we have, the rest, you want to put the rest of the capital outlay line in the electrical upgrade, or leave it capital outlay, or?
We talked about.
Talk about adding more campsites.
So that'd be electrical
Yeah,
water.
few additional campsites, so I suppose that would be electrical upgrade.
So yeah, the other 40 would have to fall off in the electrical water out of that 100.
Okay. We can do that, we can always change it later if,
He hasn't
Doesn't
spent
change
anything
anything.
out of capital outlay this year.
do what?
He has not spent anything
Okay.
out of capital outlay
Okay.
or utility upgrade in
Okay.
2020.
In 20, okay?
Is any of the dock price we still have to come up with? They didn't pay for everything.
We paid for everything.
Did they pay for everything?
No. The general fund paid for everything. The insurance is not covering it all.
Yeah. I'm supposed to-
Right, so we paid out, 200 and some thousand, like 205.
Yeah.
We've got the second half of that payment
Okay.
still reserved. We've got a check written, but we're holding on to it
So
till
we
they're
get-
done.
Yeah.
And then the insurance, so far we've received 88,000, but the other 88 is still
Once
coming
it's
when,
done.
when it's all done.
Yep.
And that's all in the general fund, that
Yep.
was not in the park fund.
Okay.
So you'll get close to 180,000?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's quite a help for this, yeah.
That's a million and a half, that's a million and a quarter there.
Good insurance.
That's amazing. We're sitting here for the last 5 years trying to figure out how we're
I
gonna
know,
replace
I
that
know,
dock.
right?
Yeah.
What
Uh-huh.
It ended up being a blessing.
And then the storm comes.
That was, that was the answer. We were-
We just weren't waiting, we weren't patient enough. were we? Okay, I'll make those changes, or we'll make those changes. Next page is solid waste. I didn't have any notes on there unless you all, we looked back through the sheets, I don't remember. Spatial bridge, I really didn't have any notes on that. And that's the levy funds, okay? So what those are the ones that'll impact the mill levy. Anything you change on those funds forward in the budget, impact the mill levy, okay? Everything past this, going back here, and I really don't spend a lot of time on these, except for I want to talk about the transfer station. I want to kind of figure that out, figure out what you got there. But if you flip to each one of these are kind of their own, like on 18 is the special road machinery and equipment fund. And Tina always kind of goes through and we kind of double check to make sure we get all the pay after that 1 year of the balloon payment, we make sure we get everything accounted for there. So the next page is really, well, I guess I shouldn't say this. The next page that has notes on it is the capital improvement. But I don't know if you decided, was any of that money, any of that money gonna be used on roads in 20 or 21, or is that something down the road, or you're still trying to get roads figured out?
Well, we're gonna use part of that for Nighthawk.
Just wanting to do something. Now, whether we come back and we don't think that we can do the big project, but maybe split it in half, maybe
Half or thirds.
Or thirds or something to that effect. And
That was a 7.5. Almost $8 million project.
To do all of Nighthawk?
Yeah. Plus
50 to 56.
plus 2 other miles on 60th, and then some up on 290th, going kind of,
No,
330th.
330th. Oh, 330.
330th.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
do we really need the cash forward in this fund? Can't we just bump that up to
Yeah,
new
we just
projects?
put it up there, yeah.
So that's,
So you got about, by the end of, if all the transfers were made by the 2021, you'd have the 5.4 million and the 1,309,000 down below there, so roughly 6.8 million.
so you should be able, excuse me, to do some sort of a project.
Yeah.
What is?
Your message,
I know.
I won't take more time there. Now, I don't know, have we ever, we might revisit that for the new committee. Have we updated that large capital outlay spreadsheet we use in Excel? Should I go in maybe and try to kind of update that so we kind of see what roads are, kind of show how that flows?
I think some of that is.
Yeah, I think we talked about that.
Some of
pretty
it, we need to do
It's
something.
pretty handy to, when they start
Well,
talking
exactly.
projects.
Every year.
Okay, I'll make a
Yeah,
note.
look at your
I don't know if that's the
estimation
latest,
of the
the
job
latest one or not.
increases, so if you can get some of it knocked out, you don't get that upcharge.
Update the, it's, yeah, you haven't seen it.
If we could just jump from 1.5,
That would take like 40 years, and so what we do on it is,
not use it all.
it flows.
You're talking about the capital
These
improvement.
transfers
Yeah.
flow in the top.
Which line?
Down below, let's do
Well,
just
you
have
look at
one line
5.4.
with this.
Fix both ends and a piece in the middle to make everybody happy.
And it shows the history.
Make it rougher and heck and take both sides.
You gotta go through, everybody's gotta go through the same problem.
But
Just fix an island out there in the middle of it.
Slow traffic down that way.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions on that? We're gonna keep moving here then.
Yeah.
Okay, page 20, risk management, I just made a note here, I think you've already spent a little bit of this for COVID.
Well, we've spent 80,000
Oh, okay,
so far.
and 20 in the middle column.
2020, yep. Now, the majority, if not, well, if we accept that spark funding,
Yeah.
that will be paid back.
Okay. Where's the spark funding, your portion, where you think it's going, where would you drop it in the budget, your portion of it?
Well,
Go against all COVID items, right, first?
yeah, it would go into,
Paid
I
out of
think-
risk management?
I think that, excuse me, I think we would have to set up a separate fund.
Yeah.
But then we would put whatever we paid out of risk management, we would reimburse.
Yeah.
And then the separate fund would have to be, we have to develop a plan, and that also has to be shared with cities, schools, and other organizations. So, that would be like a task force that would have to work on that.
We got some homework to do before next Monday.
Yeah.
And then have to approve it by the following Monday.
Yeah,
Have to have it
July
ready by the
15th.
15th.
Yeah. 13th by the 15th, yeah.
There's some serious stuff that needs to take place pretty quick.
But I don't think that.
If I find out anything tomorrow at Harvey, I'll share it with you. Because they've already set up their task force.
Yeah, Central Kansas Community Foundation, I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They just called me out of the blue, so I gotta do a little homework the next two nights.
Well, I talked to somebody called me from there, and they said they were gonna take care of Harvey County.
Yeah. Okay, if I figure out anything, I'll let you know. Okay, the bottom of risk management is transfer station. That's really, I think that's the only one I really had any other questions on. So just kind of take me, I didn't get a chance the other day to hear this, so where are we at in the process? I mean, we've torn down, we moved some electric, we've done some.
No,
You got the building?
No, most of the infrastructure's getting there.
The south ramp was being poured the other day, that the building ought to be getting close.
40%.
The slab's gonna have to be poured.
You think you're 40% done? 30?
Well, the phase 3 is nowhere near as much as the phase 2.
I know.
So if we had the building sitting on there, we'd be 60–70%.
But it's not. It's still.
Building's here, it's
So-
laying out there and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, it's here, it just hasn't been put up. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We just got here last week.
So we did a lease purchase
Well, I guess we could just get back to
for the building project.
Okay,
And we have that transfer station building line item.
okay,
In the 2020 column, we need to leave 200,000 there.
okay.
It'll pay our first payment, and then also engineering expenses that were not part of the contract,
Okay.
and also, what do you call it, contingency. It's probably gonna be higher than 200, honestly, it's probably gonna be,
About time for a quick.
it's gonna be higher
In the middle column?
in the
Give
middle
us some
column.
payments down this way.
So what did you run the
I missed on the first
lease
one.
purchasing? Did you get funds for that, or are they just paying it as?
It's an escrow,
It's an escrow.
so it's held at the bank,
Yeah,
and whenever we make a payment, we request a draw,
I got you.
and that's
So
how
that
that's.
doesn't run through your books?
Hey, Joe.
It does.
That's some peanuts.
It does run through our books on a separate fund.
Okay.
And
It's
the
a
only
capital
amount that's
project.
coming out, yes, it's a capital project fund.
Okay.
So the only amount that's coming out of the transfer station budget is for the engineering, any contingency above and beyond the total amount that we lease purchase.
Okay.
And then engineering. I already said that, sorry.
And we are running just a little over budget.
And the payment.
We have a couple minor things, we get concrete underneath and things like
Okay.
that. Had some soil.
So all I really need to know, as long as that's been monitored in a capital project fund, that's what it sounds like,
Yeah.
is the impact here. So the impact here on the transfer station fund is the middle column, we have 200,000, but you're thinking it might be
I think it's gonna have to be.
300,000?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
To remain healthy, is that what you're saying?
Just to cover
Just to
the
cover
actual.
Contingencies and,
Yeah,
and then
we
and then the payment for that lease purchase would come out of this fund in 2020, when's the first payment, 2021?
No, we have, It's a biannual.
Yeah, we had a half payment already.
So we
Okay.
have a payment in
So I need to
September.
put all that through, I need to get all that figured out.
We have a payment in September,
Okay.
and then, next year.
Okay,
I think the payment's 166.
okay.
For the,
And then, I put up here add fees. I heard you say something the other day and I wasn't sure I had this right. So we have the normal solid waste assessment fee that's
Oh.
always been there, but there's some other fee you were talking about.
Recycling fee.
We were talking about a recycling.
Yeah, we went ahead and approved that now. So $82 a ton is gonna come back in.
Okay, 82 a ton. Well, that won't amount to a lot though, or will it?
Hillsboro's already brought in 104 tons.
Okay.
So, Marion brought in 20.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
And what I'd like to see is, I come in when the other commission had done the building purchase down there.
Yeah.
And all you just seen was a line item that said payment.
Yeah.
Somehow I'd like to see if we have new commissioners come in and we're going through this deal that, for this payment on this transfer station, I'd like to see for the future commissioners to where they can understand what we did and through the time.
Oh, yeah, you weren't part of this commission, and you went back through time to try to figure out what that money was for.
Yeah.
A better description.
Somehow that always got, because I was lost, all I had to do was ask Carol, and she'd say, yeah, you got $200 or $100 and some $1,000 payment coming this year.
110 or something like that.
Yeah. And so, okay, but I didn't know what it was for or anything like that. I mean, we never did go that far. I mean, we knew it was for the purchase, and that was it. So, and that was some trying times back there, I understand, with that, but I'd like to be able to see it on here somehow.
on those recycling, I just want to ask you a question. I mean, I think that it's basically to offset the increased amount that we're spending to haul it. So can we just, as those fees come in, put them in as a reimbursement and then do a budget credit for 2020?
So they're not really
Because
gonna
it's
be
not.
income. It's gonna be more of an offset.
Do we want to know how much we collected at the end of the year?
Yeah, that'll be in Josh's reports,
Okay.
not budget wise.
Okay,
I mean, for the current year, so that we don't have to put additional income and expenditures in the lines for this year. Or would you rather see us put, it's kind of hard to know what the income should be, you know what I'm
I
saying?
don't know, yeah, I'm not like income and expense, I like to see the gross and the income coming in.
I like to see the balance sheet.
Yeah, I
like to see that.
You see what's going in and out. I mean, budget law allows you to net the budget credit against the expenditure line and you just, it's buried. But, that grows, I mean, I don't know. I agree that this fund does have, there's a lot of moving pieces to this. And Andy's right, you wanna see what really is happening. I mean, I don't know, we could probably come up with, for that, what you're talking about, I would guess, when we get done with the capital project fund, where you're actually running all the expenses through there, we could take it, and we could take whatever's been spent out of here, and just make a one-page summary of what really happened with the transfer station. Is that what you're asking
Well,
for?
but how do you do it 5-6 years from now when new commissioners come in?
Well, no, what I mean is, what you're really saying is, even though there's a payment down here 5 years later, how that payment get in place.
Right.
So back here, you have the lease you have like, a one-page summary. I don't know, is that what
Something,
you're,
yeah.
is that what you're asking?
Yeah, just so new commissioner could come in here and say, oh, this is what happened.
Well, and on the budget itself, we have in the transfer station fund that building line item.
Yeah.
So after we're done actively paying expenses, that's where the payment will come from. And so we can just change it to say building payment too, so that it's, or we could split it out,
Right.
the payment amount to a new
Okay.
line on the budget and
Just-
reduce that.
That's what somebody.
We'll talk about that on the fees. It doesn't matter to me. I just try it on the budget to be as transparent as possible, so, because Dave, we were talking at the hall afterwards, goodness gracious, there's a lot of things on this county budget. Last time we were sitting there, and I get that all the time, you've been here last year, you accepted almost all of it, but I get that all the time. How in the world, the question you always ask me, how much of the budget is percentage of road and bridge? I don't know that off the top of my head, but I should know that off the top of my head, but that's a question,
Big percentage.
Yeah, and you just start, and I've got that for you before, I think it was like 60%.
Pretty big.
It's a big number, huh? It's a
Well,
big number, it's a big number. I mean,
It's
if you
over
add,
half.
yeah, if you add in all of the, okay, so back when I think some of you came to that, but roughly, and I haven't looked at this for now a year and a half, but roughly in your county, 55% is personnel, okay? So if, and that's typical in a government. Counties is in that 50 to 60 range, okay? School districts is as high as 85%. And you look at it, the reason that's a difference, so yeah, roads probably aren't 60%, they're probably like 30 to 40%. 30% probably is like roads.
If you look on the back page, I mean, if you're looking at 10.5 million,
Yeah.
and you look at the general matches the bridge, road and bridge, basically.
Yeah, but that's the levy. So what the road and bridge is not accounted for in that, what you're talking about, is the capital improvement and the spatial bridge and some of those other expenditures. Because what happens is the road and bridge is spent out of the general fund, that 80/20. You've got another 7 mills that comes out of the general fund that was put in that line item clear back when you had the bond issue. So 7 mills alone times 140,000, you know, that's a pretty big number, a little less than $1 million. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I will have that number next time I come over, okay?
I'm not going to it. I'll be anxious to hear that.
But I always look at that because personnel, your people, that's who runs the county. And that is a big number, roughly 55% is what personnel costs are to your county. So, yeah, it's a big number. I don't really have any other things prepared. Here's what I usually do at this point. I say, okay, there's the budget. There's all the things we have to think about. I don't want to belabor my point. I don't know if you want to take more time. Yeah, I'm here for the whole day if you want to, or if you want to think about it. Because what's going to have to happen is, you can see there, we had some middle columns that moved to the cash carryover, but we also had some other things.
Third column increases.
Yeah, third column increases. Anytime the third column increases are higher than the middle column reductions, that means the mill levy either going up or the cash carryover is going down. That's really how you look at this. Anytime you, and we have not even talked about personal services or employee benefits.
Employee benefits. Restructured the healthcare this year.
You need to restructure?
We took a different, the second option plan on the health insurance. What did that,
We just want to protect people.
what did that do to the budget item?
It's not gonna change it all that much.
Right, it was about to meet budget, what we did. And the flex plan.
Flex plan, we already had one, we just changed the vendor, and,
I guess my big question is gonna be, if we can recoup what we lost on valuation, that
1.177.
And we keep the mill levy the same.
What happens when it drops next year?
How much are we gonna have to cut off of that third column?
Yeah.
To make it work?
Well, you have to remember, this year, 2021, it's kind of up to you. I mean, the cash carryover is gonna carry it. But what we're looking at is if the tax lid stays on for another 3 years, then if you continue that, at some point, that cash carryover is gonna get low enough that you're not gonna be able to, you know, when it comes up to that third column, that cash carryover number up here is gonna get pretty small. And so what's gonna happen is that gets smaller, some way you're either gonna have to cut down here in the expenses, or the levy is gonna have to go up. So there's kind of a delicate balance there between cash carryover, appropriate expenses, you know, and that was back in the 90s. That was there was 4 votes at Osage County. I've told the story a little before, but there's 4 votes at Osage County to go out to raise the tax lid, and all 4 of them were voted down. So,
4 times to the public?
Yeah. In the tax lid in the 90s at Osage County. Here we never got to the vote, okay? I mean, it was a little more conservative run. That was about the, I don't know, I don't remember the exact year, but this is funny because he said, okay, are you gonna talk to her from the Bahamas? And then I said, no, I'm gonna talk to her, if I talk to her anywhere, from the 80 out north of Galva. But I literally did have one of the most intense conversations with one of your commissioners on my trailer, sitting out there moving, I've been moving round bales, and it was about this time, okay?
You're rusty, huh?
And he was letting me have it. And I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying his name. I really enjoyed working with him. Leroy, what? Okay, so Leroy was telling me, I don't even remember what the conversation was about, but I did have that conversation out there on the meeting. And, you know, it's a, no one knows what the, I mean, I can sit here and say,
yeah.
we don't have a crystal
We have
ball.
so many unknowns.
Yeah.
We know FEMA owes us money.
Yeah.
Could be $1 million, I don't know.
Yeah.
We know we've been getting some COVID type things.
Yep.
And whether some of that COVID money can actually be used on something structurally or infrastructurally, you know, we just don't know. We think we got money coming in.
Okay, we'll have to set the date the next time I come over here, but before I come back, if it's not like, I guess you're gonna have to know that other thing on the COVID pretty quick here though, aren't you?
Yeah.
I'm gonna find out tomorrow quite a bit of stuff, I'm pretty sure. I will see what I can find out about FEMA, okay? So if we could come up with, if we know that numbers, who would I talk, is it the engineer here, Bryce? Or who's been working on the FEMA?
Well, he would have the documentation.
Randy does, didn't
Randy has the most of it.
Well, both of them.
Randy, the emergency
he?
management,
But
yeah.
he's off with the bum arm right now.
Oh, okay.
He's back,
Oh,
He's
is
back? Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see, Randy and Bryce. If we could figure it out if it's even doable to get the one, I mean, if it's $1 million, we can get it. Let's get it.
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay, and then COVID, you said, what was the amount again? 1 point, it was like 1 point,
Are you talking about, what are you
the
talking about?
Sparks,
Oh, it's like
2.3.
2.3, okay, 2.3.
But we're gonna have
But then you have to divide that out, yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
If I find out anything tomorrow, I'll let you know on that.
Everybody gets a piece of that pie.
Yeah.
It'll bundle up pretty quick.
Yeah. And, let's see, what was the other thing? Steps, COVID, recoup that. Okay, then what's your, I always try to figure out, I mean, you don't have to tell, I mean, you can just tell me your thoughts and we can kind of see, I kind of know where to head here. If we recoup the .177 and then leave them, what you're saying is leave them, don't recapture the 232 for the tax lid. So leave whatever that would be, it'd be
Just recouping what we lost on value.
That's right, so so the mill levy would go from 74,226 on that front page to 74,403, and that is that .177 to recoup the amount that was lost in the assessed value.
So that just recoups the 24,000.
That's right, you get 24,000. That's what
Which
you're saying, Ken.
Actually just brings us out the same money.
Right. Is that what you're saying, Ken? Okay.
Because, you know, and maybe we have to raise it a little bit. I don't know, but you know, you got people struggling.
Yeah.
It's
You go to 1.66, that's the
It's
one
not a
without
great time to say, you know.
asking for.
That would be, you have that money available. I mean, you don't have to go to election or anything. That 232, that 1.663 is available, but you have to, in the situation you're in this year, you'd have to raise the mill levy 1.663
Right.
to get it.
And, you know, that's possible. I'm
Yeah.
not totally discounting
Right.
that.
Mhm.
That may be something that's important.
Just
I don't know if we know how important it is.
Right. You don't know until next
2 years
year.
down the road.
Well, that's, we aren't gonna know until all of this works out.
So Scott, does any of the counties ever really just tighten the belt on some of the expenses? I mean, I know we always joke about it, the red pen and all this type of stuff, but it just seems like, for the most part, besides a few little exceptions, we just hand it right over all the time. I mean, is there any counties, or is there any real serious way?
The reason this county in the 90s did not have to go out for vote on the tax lid, because we were at this time in the meeting, and that back to the middle column. So what we decided, the cash carryovers were getting hit too hard, and we didn't want to raise the we couldn't raise the mill levy, we couldn't go anymore. So we took a mandatory 10% cut in the middle column across all departments. And what that did then is, like in your budget, where she goes in and you get that budget report to actual every month, or next month. What happened is, we went in and the original budget amount that was in that report was reduced by 10%. So from this point on, that new budget number was the 10% reduction, and each department head worked with that 10% reduction, and that's how we kept the cash from being spent down to the end of the year. We knew if we didn't do that, we were gonna be short on cash.
Is there any harm in trying to even put that thought process this year?
Because
we don't really, I don't wanna say spoiled, but really, we've come to that point year after year after year. How do we now reverse that a little bit in some of our departments?
Sure.
To where we need to be a little bit more cognitive on the amount of monies that we're spending on our wish lists.
Exactly.
I mean.
I was just doing some math here while you were asking me that, but let's just take that FEMA. Say it's $1 million. That alone is 7.14 mils. It's just sitting out there as it's a Christmas gift, really.
Yes.
And I kind of jokingly say, well, if I can go figure it out, can we work something out that I can help you with that? That, to me, that would be worth it. 7.14 mils to reimburse your expenses. That's a goal. That's it's just sitting there.
And when it does come in, then we can have our Christmas with these departments.
Well, I'm just saying, and what that does, here's what this does. Okay, so if you look over here on the front page there, and you look at the Road and Bridge Fund, okay? The Road and Bridge Fund, based on, if we do what Kent said, and we do that column O, so we'd have the .177 built in, we're just getting back up to the assessed value. If you go down to the Road and Bridge Fund line 27, it's 24.447, okay?
Yes.
So in that 2020 mill levy for the 2021 budget, if we pick up $1 million, that mill levy goes, in a sense, goes from 24 down to 7. It drops 7, so you're down to 17. You see what I'm saying? And then what that does is, if we don't have to levy the 17 in that fund, that 7 can be spread like either general fund or somewhere else. It doesn't have to be used, or we can use it there. We're talking $1 million. That would do maybe the other $1 million on your capital improvement fund to finish the road on Nighthawk.
I wanted to mention, we had a comment typed in from Bryce.
Okay. Yeah.
So he said that, he said the $7.5 million was for that Nighthawk was all new culverts.
Yeah.
And then he's talking about that concrete base and a 3.5-inch overlay. So that's what that project was.
Yes. Okay.
He says we're at 2.6 million for the rebuild with a double chip seal.
The full depth reclamation?
Yes, thank you. And then the 2.6 million was also for 330th east of Tampa. So that's what he says.
Sounds like Nighthawk's going.
So we should be able to do.
Sounds like Nighthawk's getting rebuilt here pretty quick.
Yeah, you guys have enough money to do that now. If that's the price.
You want to do a double chip seal?
If you want to do that, yeah.
I think that's probably, it's not great, but I think it's
fine as long as you have the base.
Yeah, I think the base is the biggest thing. Yeah.
You can't, equipment's too heavy to go with concrete or anything else to try to get a 40-year road out of it. So you gotta have something that's malleable.
Yeah, but that base rebuild is a big thing.
So anyway, that's just things you gotta think about. If we can get if it was 1 million, then that 7 mills could be used in employee benefit, that could be used to build other roads or do other roads. I'm just saying, if it's sitting there, we ought to see if we can get it.
It may not be in 2021, maybe in 2022.
Yeah. But still, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Out of our budget talk, so Scott, when you said right here, we had every department almost asking about raises.
Yeah.
And
That
nice
seems, that
hefty
seems to be
raises.
one of the biggest things, and we know that we've had some low-paid people, and then the idea of these people coming in and asking for positions in the middle of the year, I mean, they wasn't budgeted, but, and so I don't know, what Diane said is, sometimes people need to plan a little better, and that's my opinion.
We're also gonna have to, or as part of this budget, what are we gonna do for salaries? Are we gonna figure in
Yeah,
a percentage, or are
that's
we
where I'm
gonna
at.
figure in a cost of living raise, or what are we gonna do?
Forgot to talk about that.
Well, the plan, Tina,
I don't know if
what
we
is the
should
plan?
It's a work session.
Pay plan asked for, if we did it what they wanted, what, do you remember, Ken, exactly which step we took, how much it was gonna cost, total cost?
A lot.
Yep, it was a
a
pretty good
lot.
chunk, but I don't remember what it was.
like
On the play plan, the
160.
first year was like, if we went on a 3-year, it was like 40, was it like 45,000 the first year?
Yeah, I think, wasn't it 160,000 to just fully implement?
Right, I was thinking that we was, looking over a 3 or 4 year, whatever we would.
There were a lot of
implement.
different options, and I don't have all those dollars in my memory.
The last time we talked about it was about anybody that was under 40, and that pretty much still comes out to 160, because I mean, that's the majority of the
Okay,
staff.
now let me ask you this, since we're talking about mill increase, what Scott's wanting to know is what happens if you go do what you said, but yet you go above that to implement the pay plan to implement some of the pay plan, whatever percent, I'm not gonna say the whole thing or whatever, to go above our tax levy here and take that money that it would raise and see if that would pay for the pay plan, some of that. I don't know, how do you sell that to our constituents out here? I mean, that's, you understand where I'm at?
I do kind of, but are you kind of saying like, okay, so implement what Mr. Becker said, that way
Yep.
we're not raising the mill levy.
Right.
But then have the department heads reduce their budgets to X amount, whatever, in order to compensate for the salary increase.
So you don't
So-
raise the mill levy, and each department has to come up
With
with a
enough
$24,000 amount,
Yeah.
basically.
How much?
$24,000
Okay,
across the
okay,
board.
sure, maybe. Yeah, and put that back on their back. If they want an increase, then they need to tighten their belt on other things.
On a pay raise, I mean.
And so, I mean, we're just kind of just shifting it around a little bit.
But I'm saying the mill is 140,000 right now.
Right,
Right.
for your mill.
So I'm saying one mill raise goes to the pay plan is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Above, he's keeping it level, but we go that one extra mill to implement the pay plan.
So in a sense, what you're doing is taking part of the tax lid that you have
Yep.
available.
Yes.
And you're saying that 1 mil of that 1.663 mils of the tax lid is, you're gonna look at putting it towards the pay plan.
Yeah.
And implementing that pay plan.
Yeah.
And so the mill levy increase would be.
Oh, that's the trouble. Yeah.
The mill increase would be the 1.177 increase,
Right.
okay, when you got all said and
Yes.
done.
Yeah.
But then you could spend that, doesn't the money go like multiply 7 times
Yeah.
in the community?
Yeah, it is.
So that would, most of it would come back to the community.
Well,
Save
I mean,
on spinning.
we've tackled ourselves with a pay plan, and I guess we need to know whether we need to raise it, lower it. We know we got some low people that needs, and like you said, 40,000 under.
Yeah.
Maybe that's where we cut a budget, take a look at, and see.
We've lost good people because of
You're probably dealing with $10,000 less than what the whole pay plan is. I mean,
But what I'm getting at is, we gotta tell this man right here whether we wanna do that in the very near future.
right. But
No, once I changed.
Yeah, it's easy to sit there every year and say, oh, we're just gonna figure out what's cost of living.
Okay.
That's easy to do.
So the 1.84 doesn't require an election either.
No.
No.
No, that's a combination of
That's a
the
combination
two, yeah.
of
the
recouping last year's
0.177,
dollars.
That's right.
We're the only ones in this town.
And recouping the
That's exactly-
232 for
Which
risk
is the
management.
tax lid, which is
That's the
available
tax
to you.
lid.
Yeah. And that, basically what that is consumer price index,
Right.
across all your expenditures.
But you're accomplishing, to me, you're accomplishing also for 2 years from now, if this tax rate gets a little tougher.
Well, that's why I wish the tax had gone.
Well, we all.
Then you get the spark and say, you know, well, that's 2.3, we only needed 1.5. You can drop the tax, or the mill levy, and then the next year, well, you didn't get the grant, so you put it back where it was. But you can't do that with this stupid tax levy.
Right. My concern is next year we're gonna have another decline.
Could be.
I mean, you're already looking at ag values.
Oh, yeah.
Ag land values,
Yeah.
just have hit that curve.
Well, yeah, look at pasture ground, it's taking a rough beating because the cows aren't getting sold for anything, but the packing plants are selling it for double the value out the other side.
Well, that's just a question for the commission.
So, I mean,
What they think.
Well, knowing that we don't have to go to an election at 1.84, that's all I need to know, I guess. I don't really want to raise the mill, but
There's
going
flex,
to-
you have a little bit of flexibility there. You'd have to raise the mill levy, but you're still, at least you're flexible.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know, we can figure out some of these other moving pieces. I don't know when you want me to come back. Osage County, they said, we're not having it until August. I think ours, we set it for August 24th, the budget hearing. Osage didn't want to have it till August 31st because they wanted to wait and see what all plays out here as late as possible. But that, I mean, 1 week's not gonna really matter probably. But so, I can come, you guys can kind of think about this. I can do some homework here and get some of this on the FEMA. I can kind of figure out if there's any, you know, if it is possible and how fast. I'll talk to that guy. I've talked to him every once in a while. He's on Yoder Township, and so down by Haven. He can tell me all the work he went through. I mean, what he had to do, and then I can talk to Randy and Bryce and see how much. A lot of it is documentation, pictures, documentation. Can you really show that that rock washed off the road? You know, what washed off, and then that's what you prove to them. So I can kind of figure out if there's a lot of extra work to be done yet, or if we're in pretty good shape. But to me, that's just, I shouldn't say free money because you've already spent for it, but it is a.
Whoever could, but just get your cash reserve built back up. That was finished.
So I mean, paid plan, that I don't know if that's the 160. See, what you have to think about on the paid plan is which of those salaries actually hit mill levy, and which of those salaries like don't hit mill levy.
Yeah.
So like, and that's and I don't know, it's probably 75% of them hit mill levy funds. I've never done the calculation on that. You see what I'm saying?
It wouldn't be.
Transfer station.
Yeah, but there's just.
But their salaries aren't, they're not that much
So
higher.
they're the only ones, right? So I'd say it's a higher percent that would hit.
Yeah, it's higher maybe, yeah.
Yeah. Cause they don't have like 4 or 5
Ambulance,
$500,000.
Yeah. I haven't done that calculation here for a while, but I used to know exactly like, cause there used to be more that you could say, okay, it's gonna cost you $1 million to, not the pay plan, but just kind of what they want to do, because you knew what each of the funds was gonna, which funds was gonna be impacted. I guess that's right here, probably the transfer station wouldn't be that big, so it's probably 90-some% is mill levy. So if you raise it, it'd be 90% of it would be going against the mill levy
And that
funds.
7 mills, is that coming back to our capital outlay for more roads?
That's the way the budget is for this current year and next year.
Yeah. Okay, anything else that you want me to look at, or besides what we talked about?
I guess one more question then.
Mhm.
Did I hear Jonah and Kent say that they're not, or any of the rest of the commission, am I hearing them that they don't want to go above what the existing tax mill levy is?
I'm saying that I'm good at this point knowing we can go up.
We go up to 1.840.
Be no more. That's it.
Yeah, no more.
I'm not
Yeah,
in
no,
favor
one-
of doing that.
not even more.
No, not any more than that.
Yeah, right. Good, okay.
I'd really rather stay at 0.177, but I'm just not sure that we can do that.
And that's on your right side. On your left side, you have a different opinion.
Okay.
I don't want to raise the tax. I mean, we already hear already about how overtaxed Marion is. And with everything else, I'm just scared to death of raising the taxes again because we're losing people and all that type of stuff. And I mean, I say no.
Where would I have seen the article the other, I just saw, I don't know, I was looking, I think I was looking for some care and I saw something about, it said something about Marion County's taxes are lower than the county surrounding you or something?
Yeah, we are lower in the state, but as far as the counties,
Our size.
the counties in the United States, we are 379th from #1 worst. But Texas doesn't help us anything by having no property tax, so all of their counties are at the very bottom.
Was that an article in somewhere in Marion paper or I read it somewhere? And I was surprised because I've always heard what you said, that Marion County taxes are
Well,
higher.
I think it's based on the services that we provide for those tax dollars as well.
I think it was there, put in something about how we are, and we are, if you look at the deals, there's, I mean.
Well, the Kansas counties thing comes out that they just do our counties. Counties our size, we was above it, the middle line, always have been a certain percent above the middle line, on the higher side. For counties our size, but that didn't say how they got their money, whether oil, and now oil's down, so.
And looking around, I mean, this is sales tax goes.
We'll let changes next year.
The state takes.
Some counties don't run as many departments with you either.
The state takes 6.5, we get a point, and then if we divide anything in the city, then that's another point. So that's how you get your 8.5. But I mean, it's really, everybody's like, the county takes everything. I'm like, no, the state takes everything.
One last point, so we make sure we're all on the same page, because it kind of answers what Diane, back in the tax law in the 90s, the next step, if you can't do that reduction in the middle column, and I had to do this because of the 4 votes up there, we had to go through and I don't have it in front of me anymore because that's 20 years ago, so it's quite a change, but I went through every department in Osage County and saw what department had to be there and what department was just additional and it didn't have to be there. And I went through every department and showed them what, if we took that department and go, what would it be the impact to the budget? Because they got to the point where they had no cash. And what happens is, when the assessed value is, in their case, was going up like crazy, their mill levy went from 40-some mills at that time down to, I think the lowest it got was 23. You see what I'm saying? Because what's happening is the assessed value was going like this, and the dollars were locked, so they couldn't go anywhere. So the mill levy was going, and so we had to go in, and so okay, think about it. Senior center, senior aging, is you start chopping on that, what happens there?
Oh, God.
Oh, goodness. So you look at the health department. The health department is required, in some aspects of it is required, so you can't really get rid of the health department.
Some aspects of it, you just said, but.
There's some that may not, okay? But you had to actually go noxious weed. Is that required? You know, road and bridge is really what you do on, I mean, you could go, and you have done this somewhat, you can go back to gravel road. I mean, you know, there's a lot of things, I mean, to your question, there's a lot of things.
Go back to dirt.
Yeah, you go back to, so there's a lot of things that the money got tight, but what are the citizens, that's who you're representing, what are they, how far back, or what do they want to cut? Because when you start, it's amazing. Oh, I don't want my taxes, you know, I don't want.
Ends up being nothing cut.
Yeah, but when you started cutting, that's when, I mean, people start really saying something.
So I wonder how difficult it would be, just for general principle, ask our department heads to look at their budgets and say, if you had to, where would you cut? How much, or could you cut this much, and if you could, what? I mean, that would give us quite a bit of feedback as to where they could cut or if they could cut. And involve them in where they cut, rather than us dictate, no, you're not gonna get this, because maybe they would have cut something else and still made their department very functional. I'm just wondering if maybe we shouldn't do something like that, just, I mean, there's plenty of time, what harm would it be to know that?
Yeah.
I like to use the term efficiencies of scale rather than cut back.
Yeah.
It sounds better, doesn't it?
Sounds better, yeah.
Yeah,
Play on
remember, I'm
words.
from Pennsylvania, we just kinda say it. out
Yeah.
Okay, anything else?
So we're setting ours for August 21st.
August 24th, I think.
We gotta have a meeting somewhere back.
No, we'll have at least one or maybe two yet. Cause you guys need to kind of think about it and hear the rest of the people, but like, July, yeah. So right now it's set for 9 o'clock on, the 24th of August. So typically what happened, I mean, Tina can sound off here, but, okay, so I'm gone from the, if I go to Colorado. I'm gone from the 9th to the, I won't be back. So the next time I'm meeting with Osage is on July 20th. We kind of let them, they wanted to think about it, they wanted to see what this CARES money, and they wanted to see just what the different things were gonna happen.
Yeah.
So the 20th is the next time I'm there. We didn't set Marshall yesterday, I don't think we set, we didn't set a time. They're gonna think about it a little bit, kind of the same thing. And then so, I'm pretty much available, I think. I'm gone on the 21st to the bank meeting in Sedan, but if somewhere in here, or someone in here, if you wanna think about, I mean, is that too much time, or?
Prior to month end then,
I'm probably gotta be gone on the 20th.
Yeah, so I will be gone all that day too, because I'll be up at Osage. We're gonna try to that'll probably be the last meeting we have up there. They've got it pretty well decided. I mean, it's a little easier when you get 7.5 mil, have the lorem increased, you don't have to really think too much. Yeah. But I don't know, what are your thoughts, Gina? I mean, is there, because the election is
August
the 4th.
Yeah.
And I'm actually gone the rest of that week to a bank conference.
So Tina's gonna be busy
Yeah, Tina's
the last
already
2 weeks
probably
Yeah.
busy.
of July.
Yeah, and then,
Does the 20th or the third, the week before that, sort of give you the 15th, 16th, 17th, is that, oh, you'll be gone, right, Scott?
I'm gone this week.
So it'd have to be the 22nd or 23rd.
somewhere after the 21st then.
Yeah, 22nd, 23rd would be probably, that way, that Tina's geared up for elections.
Is that good? Is that
that's fine. It's all fine.
She doesn't have a life.
The 27th would be fine.
27th?
I would prefer, I mean, that week of the 10th is bad, of August 10th, so no to that week, and no to the week of the 3rd.
So we need to
This week?
see.
Yeah, that would be a good.
Okay, so we have to have it published.
27th, and then the 17th, and then the 24th. The 27th is next time we see him.
Well,
I
we're
mean,
trying to decide.
We're trying to decide that.
Yeah.
So just
We'd have to
another
publish it.
thought here is, if you're gonna have it on the 24th, then you have to have it published this week of the 10th, okay? Because it has to be 10 days before the meeting. And it comes out, is it Wednesday?
Wednesday, yeah, the 12th.
It's Wednesday, so you'd have to have it, you'd have to decide here at least by the 10th here.
If we
Or
had to
should-
do
or
it on the
should-
10th, it would be
What about
okay, but it would be better not to. We don't
Okay.
have to. It'd be good to have
the
that
election?
short.
The election day is the 3rd or 4th? The 4th. 3rd, is that?
We don't, there's not a, we
Meeting.
haven't had a meeting, question mark on that day. If we need to, we can, but
That's when they move into here.
we just take
Yeah,
over this
right.
room with the election equipment.
Well,
So we could do the 10th if absolutely necessary.
So do you wanna maybe somewhere?
Right in there where I'm looking at for a comeback meeting, but that's only 3 weeks away.
That next
I won't-
meeting will probably be like, depending on how fast you make a decision, but about an hour to 2 hours, you know, cause and then after that, we wouldn't have to probably meet unless there's other things you want me to check out.
How about Wednesday, the 22nd?
I think I'm gone from the 18th to the 24th.
Well, we also have the payday meeting on the
18th to the
31st.
24th.
Oh, you're, okay. We don't need you.
No, you probably don't.
No, I'm just kidding. We can do it prior to month end.
Gotta be between the 28th, 29th, and 30th, somewhere in there. Well, that's getting down to.
We'll go back to Colorado.
He's talking about going to Colorado.
Well, if you have to do the meeting remotely, when you quarantine, when you get back.
Yeah, at least you got all the stuff set up.
Yeah, we've got the technology.
Yeah, well,
So we could do it the 27th, the 31st, any of
How about
these days. If we really have to do it this day, we can.
That'd be kind of like the final blessing.
Yeah, you
Not
really wouldn't want to be waiting that long because you've got to have your
You
publication
still
to the
count votes
newspaper.
in probably, won't you, on the 10th?
About the 29th.
I didn't hear
Would
what
you
you
say
said.
we count votes on the 10th and do it.
There's a lot of work after
Yeah.
the election to
Yes,
get
I
ready
thought-
for the canvas. We have to, yeah.
31st?
I was gonna say the 28th, 29th, and 30th, I have a thing, it's like a virtual conference I'm supposed to be part of. So I could do the 20th I'm out, the 21st I'm out, I could do 22nd, oh wait, 22nd, 23rd is for budget stuff.
27th.
So probably the 27th, I could do the, yeah, I've got the 27th set aside for county budgets. And I can do the 31st on county budgets on July.
That's my day. We're here either one of those days anyway, so.
No, which one ever works for you.
Well, maybe we ought to do the 27th, just in case we had more stuff you wanted me to check out. Because if you get into that next week of election, it's gone. And what happens now is, even with technology, on that 10th, we have to have it to them by 5 o'clock, don't we?
Yeah, we really do need to have it to them.
Or even that
Actually,
Friday before.
the Friday
They
before.
come, yeah, so the 10th, we couldn't even,
Yeah.
we couldn't even
that's
use
too
the
late.
10th.
Starting on the 27th then.
Yeah.
Okay, 1
That
o'clock
keeps
on the
us far
27th?
enough away
So
from
what time do you want me here?
August 3rd, that way.
I could come, I don't know what else you're doing, I could come and we could meet for like an hour in the morning, you know, and just kind of see where you're at, and then you tell me what you want me to go back and.
As long as the agenda doesn't keep building.
Well,
Well, I think sometimes we have to just say no and put some other things on a different day.
Yeah. So right now you've got, from 9 to 9:45, there's nothing else there unless there's something else you set up today.
That's all.
Yeah.
Housekeeping.
Yep, okay. So you want to just come like it, just get here.
Do you, are you guys comfortable, are you all comfortable with 10 o'clock starting and just putting an hour work session in there? On the 27th?
And then that gives me direction, and then like I could come back at, you could do all your other stuff, I come back at 1 o'clock and we could kind of see if there's any other things or finalize or whatever. Is that okay?
And then if other business does come up, we could do it in between.
you say no,
Okay.
no, budget,
Okay, 27.
blame that guy.
Wait, I got it. Yep.
Oh,
Any other questions? Anything I find out, I'll let you know. I'll email Tina so that you know.
so on this next go around, you're gonna bring a mock-up wish list, basically, and show how we don't go over that 1.84.
We don't want, I don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go back. I mean, there's some things I gotta change there, but I don't know when. Do you wanna look at it before the 27th? So I always feel good when she looks at it, and she really tears it apart, you know, to make sure everything's, and I like that, because you get more eyes you have looking at it, it's better.
Well, and you asked about cutting, you know, where departments cut. A lot of times, we will look at where departments are in the current year, and we will go ahead and cut it in the current year and carry it over based on
Cash
what their
forward it.
spending is. And so that's already it is being done. It's just not a process where you're going through every line and checking. Generally, I do that with Scott. So. But I'm not saying that the departments themselves couldn't go through on their requests and back them off. You know, that's something you could definitely ask them to do.
I think by the 27th too, both for FEMA and for the Sparks money, I'll know a lot more from my end, and you'll know more from your end, but I'll have a pretty good idea. Because Barney, I think I just started telling you this, but Barney Mills doesn't want to get involved in it, and they're your auditor, like April's your auditor. So she wanted to know if I would help with her counties, so that she didn't have to be involved. So we'll just see. I don't know how this is all gonna play out. I'm gonna learn a bunch, and we'll just see, and there may be some things there.
Might
we
find a
can-
new niche you like.
Might be. Who
Might
knows?
figure out that there's a fee that goes along with doing all that.
It'd just be curious.
There is a fee, yeah.
If you did an end around and
A
cut
percentage
the
fee.
state out.
Okay,
There
yeah,
is a
did you
fee,
see that, did
and
you
it
see?
and it can be paid out, and if you do contract any of that work out, it can be paid with the funds.
Really?
Did you hear what Riley County is paying? Now, what they're doing is they actually are hiring the same consultants as doing Sedgwick and Johnson. Because they're the ones that they got direct money, you know, and then yours are all getting spread, okay? But the same, it's a national firm, and just to do Riley, which is 15 million, they're getting 150,000. Now, what they're doing is they're doing the front side and the back side. So they're helping, like, allocate it between the cities and counties and this county and the schools, and then they're doing probably all the way through. What I'm talking to Harvey about is they've got their committee, I don't know if you're starting to do that or something, they've got their committee all set up, and then the treasurer and the county administrator there are kind of helping with that committee. And then what would bring me in for, if they contract me for, is whatever they spend, I make sure that the reports they're filing are accurate and they agree with what's. It balances out. And then if they had any questions, then I would kind of be the one that have to go research it, you know, like if they could make that expenditure or not. And I have some like connections with nationally too that I told them I'm pretty sure I could find that answer.
And then would there have to be a single audit? I would think there
Yes,
would have to be a single audit.
Yeah, and that's still all kind of being, what's called the compliance supplement that regulates all federal funds to be audited or not audited by single audit. That'll have to all be kind of laid out. Sometimes sometimes the money is ahead of the regulation. I mean, you know that. I mean,
It
yeah,
seems to be
really,
with all of them.
Yeah, the money goes out and then they gotta quickly backfill the regulations to see how it's all handled.
Well, they're still rewriting the PPP.
Oh, yeah.
We have to do a single audit on something here since I've been a commissioner, and
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was
Yeah.
a few years back, but it was expensive for that even.
Yeah,
the
it's
single
money,
audits
it's
are
expensive.
expensive.
Yeah, they're minimum $7,500 in our firm, and that's pretty typical across most firms.
Yeah.
Minimum.
I was surprised at the amount, but that's.
Are we gonna do anything on getting a committee together? Tina?
Yeah, we're gonna have that, work session, what was it?
Did you say Monday at 1? Or no, Monday?
Next Monday.
You didn't say what time, did you? Did you say Monday at 1 o'clock?
Remember,
Next Monday.
we were talking about having everybody and whoever wanted to come along, and then we would develop a committee out of that
Yeah.
work session. Or at least I was talking about it.
I gotta see who all the players are.
Earlier today's
I
meeting?
haven't read it.
Yeah.
Well,
So we got this $1 million.
we need to have
But
schools
you gotta
there, we
have
need to have the
committees,
cities there, we need to have
schools,
the
cities.
health,
Hospitals.
You've been getting all these emails.
Mental health.
and then whoever else, and then just kind of figure out who's gonna be the nomination
Schools or
for
either, you know, one.
city, who's gonna
The
be
city wants some of
for
this money.
health, who's gonna be.
I need to
Or-
watch it
But I
again.
mean, that.
You could pick these other guys and spend it,
For this $1 million loan.
and I hire somebody else to do
Or a
it.
grant.
I can email that to you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you might
I think
think.
that's
I
what
was
Central
gonna look-
Kansas.
I was
Yeah, we have to
gonna look
manage
at
it.
that.
Foundation
We got
said they could
1.2
do the whole
million.
thing.
I think so.
1.2 million.
Linda
I might
Hoffman
look at it
called.
tonight, 'cause I kinda want to
She's
see
still on
it.
that.
4.2, I got paid somebody that do something
Okay.
kind of like that.
So I want to-
$170,000.
I guess
ended up with
I'm going to
$100,000.
adjourn our work session.
Okay,
We ended up
Thank
with
you.
152.
No, thank you, Scott.
No, no.
There is one
3
problem.
o'clock,
We-
2 hours.
We
One
had to pay
problem.
15 to scale.
I wanna tell your assistant
Gene,
that he did let
food
the other
bank
ladies
got
talk a little
45.
more than you have, so.
So I only leave this 100.
I don't know about that.
No, we didn't get that.
Okay, so are we adjourned?
Nobody
We didn't
knows.
get
All right, then I'm gonna shut everything down. We're
I thought we
adjourned.
left that blank.
That one year though, I had the state favorite
We didn't
tournament
go
off
for the
the
field.
house
They-
for that, and
no,
John,
they
it was one of the
mandated
meeting department
who
heads, I
did
said,
it.
John, I won't be here this afternoon, and it was the first time
Oh,
he'd ever
really?
come.
See, I didn't know that.
To the
But you're gonna
food
leave me there
bank,
by myself? I said, yeah, that's what you learn.
They food
Take
bank with
notes,
food program.
just let them talk, you know.
And there's only one in the county.
This is so
so it's all
funny,
going
he's
to
the
Marion.
finance director.
Well, that's
of Derby School
outrageous.
District.
Why?
Wow.
Well,